And I'm all out of ball. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anywhere. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anywhere. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Hey, me, if you can survive, if I let you.
I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop the Macho Man Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, niggas that'll work with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Inchman and Barney, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head is the man from Australia to Japan.
Check down the road, don't get back to first coast of the Mississippi.
We are bigger. We are faster. And we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
All right, and we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all the podcasting lands, handsome Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat. Ah, I'm the king of all the marks. I'm the man that tells you what to do. I'm all that things. And look at this. Dadpool on YouTube. He's giving away a free membership right here.
Booyaka!
Oh,
Member
no,
for
he's
4
actually
months?
4 months. I screwed that
Yeah,
up.
hell yeah. 4 months, a symbol of excellence right there. In Your Head, best wrestling show on the net. Boom! Steven Simmons, also a member for 4 months. The original Headyverse member, Steven Simmons. After a 2-week absence, I have returned. Booyah! Steven
Booyaka.
Simmons got hitched. He's got married.
Oh,
So
yeah?
a big shout out to Mr. Simmons and Mrs. Simmons, and I hope they name their firstborn after Jackie Jones. Booyah! Maybe their second after Incher. Boom.
Well,
Good
congratulations,
folks.
Steven Simmons.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to
What?
Jackson.
Pay all the attention. That's my new name. The man that you should pay all your attention to.
Look at us.
Jackie Jones.
We're like the elite tonight. Look at this. I got my
Hell
Young
yeah.
Buck shirt on. You got your Kenny Omega. Bam. Be elite, Jack.
Be elite. All right. Everyone knows I'm a big AEW fan, but I'm having some concerns about the AEW.
What's concerns?
Tony Khan, take the man's phone away. Take the
No.
phone away, put it away, lock it up. Tell him, do not get on the Twitter. Just zip your lip, run the show, and don't post a bunch of nonsense that makes me embarrassed to be supporting the show. You sound like a complete imbecile.
Jack, I'm going to say this. Tony Khan, I'm not sure what all he's been posting, but I'm going to say this.
Idiocy.
He has a right to be posting on Twitter. He can get on Twitter.
No,
and post
he's
all
making.
he wants.
He is making me
He's
not want to
fine by
be.
me.
He's honestly
God
making me
bless
not want to
Tony
support
Khan.
the show, and I don't want to be that guy.
You
But I
know
read
what
his stuff,
should
I'm like,
make you
oh
not
my
want to
God.
support a show is if a CEO goes out there and he has his way with all his women.
Well, I don't
that are in
support
his
the
company.
show. You can't.
know what?
Look,
You
it's
shouldn't
not
support
one
a
or the
show
other. It's
as if
not
a
one or the
man
other.
takes
It
great
can be
pleasure
nothing.
in
It can be.
setting
I
up
don't support anything. I don't support
future
WWE. I haven't
and making
watched
them think they
WWE
have a
TV in
bright,
5 years.
shiny road
So
ahead
you
of them.
can't use that
Pull
against me.
that
You
rug
can't
out from
say,
underneath
oh,
them.
well, this guy's
That
out.
is
Yeah, that
Vince
guy sucks
McMahon.
too.
That
That
is
guy's
what
way
Vince
worse.
McMahon
Vince
does.
McMahon's way worse. I don't watch
know what?
WWE. So
If
you
Tony
can't use
Khan
that on
wants
me.
to post
That doesn't mean
silly posts on
AEW
Twitter,
can do whatever they want.
he's
And then
referencing the
it's
office.
beyond criticism.
No, I've never
And I
even
can see
seen
Tony
you.
Khan posting the complete
Who cares?
idiocy
Tony
and making me
Khan,
cringe and go,
you're
look
right
at this
by
fucking
me.
idiot. I don't
Evil
want to
and
support
Mark.
this guy.
God
What a
bless
fucking
you.
moron. No
Make
wonder
your little
CM Punk
company
wanted to punch a man. This
not
guy
making
should
us
be
watch
feared for his life
WWE
because CM Punk
primarily
should have beat his
for
ass.
everything.
He should have knocked some sense into Tony Khan. Hey, you little
No.
rich boy, you're a moron.
No.
Don't post this shit.
Nobody
Boom!
knocks
Knock
no
some
sense
sense
into Tony
into him. And
Let
maybe
him
if
do
he
what
would
he
listen to Punk and took a beating
want
by
posts
CM
on
Punk,
Twitter?
he wouldn't
You
be
can post
posting
on
this
Twitter.
idiotic bullshit all
No.
over the Twitter
No.
and making AEW look foolish.
Okay, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
Take the Twitter machine away from Tony Khan.
It's the X machine now, anyhow. But I'd say, I don't know. You're going to have to enlighten me on the things that have been said. I know about the one where he said bald pricks or something, and apparently that's in reference.
That's the least of it.
That's in okay, because you'll have to fill me in on everything, honestly, because I really don't know.
Well, we'll get to it here in a second. Best pot lap dance ever, Dean Machine. Dean Machine. Dean Machine. The Dean Machine. New member, Travis Sandal. Ha! Booyah, Travis Sandal. Thank you, gentlemen, from Steven Simmons. Tony is shooting himself in the foot. Agree 100% by Stephen Butlers. I'm done making kids, but the ones I have known the Andre the Giant theme for many years. Hell yeah, boom! It's not too late to make them change their name, so just throwing it out there. Tony did not learn anything from. I don't really think this is necessarily anything to do with that. Because there was not Twitter around back then.
What was back then? Message boards?
Yeah,
AOL.
message board, yeah. Now this is
WCW Live?
Yeah, that's true. I remember I went to a show in Boston, and they were testing out doing live, like, play-by-play during that show.
Get in the Ring? Were they around then?
Iata. With Davey Boy Meltzer.
The pots and pans, man.
Back before he was giving everything 6 stars and stuff, but yeah. So, I'm not going to remember all these off the top of my head, but he was posting
Fill me in.
So, first of all this stuff about this Tuesday night show, they were going to lose, so why go out there and make an ass out of yourself and talk about, they're going to beat NXT, all this stuff. And then after NXT beats them, which I'm not saying WWF, they look foolish too, because they're stacking this NXT show, which is their development. Why was it so important that this Tuesday night show, they had to win, whoever had to win? It's not, AEW's not moving to Tuesday nights. It was one show. Anytime a show moves its night, it always does bad, because you're normally watching it on a certain night, and then bam, it's on another night. But then, the NXT, why was it so important? We have to give away the return of The Undertaker on NXT? Like, oh yeah, that's who I associate with NXT is The Undertaker. We got to put John Cena on it. We have to put next week, next time they against each other, they can bring Hulk Hogan on. And then, so after they beat him, which honestly, anyone who follows the ratings knew they would. But Tony Khan going on and on about this, he makes him look like a loser, because why even bring this up beforehand? And then after he does lose, he starts going out there and saying, this was the worst ratings that Undertaker and Shawn Michaels have ever done. Dude, they beat you. If you say they suck, what does that say about you? That you're worthless? Don't go out there and talk about the people that beat you doing so poorly when they beat you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's
He's
probably a
making
bad
himself
look
look
for the
awful.
company.
He's making the company
But-
look like complete losers. I'm serious. I think he's doing a huge disservice. He's making the company. It's no longer the cool company. For the last couple, it was the cool alternative. It's right now. It looks like the loser company.
Mhm. But I mean, would you say he could post some stuff but not go so crazy as far as posting, or just
Don't
plug
even
things?
don't when you're
Don't-
getting beat. Don't talk about how bad they're doing when they're beating you.
Mm-hmm. He was saying during the show that they were losing, or
After they lost, he's out
Afterwards?
there talking about how bad WWE's ratings were on the show that they beat him.
mm-hmm.
If that show did so bad, but they killed you, then what does that say about you?
Oh, they did stack the show. I mean, they had
I
John
understand.
Cena
Everyone knows this.
and Undertaker. I mean, and who else did they bring out for that one?
I said all this. John Cena. I don't even know why it was so important. I think both shows look stupid. We have to stack they can no longer say, "Oh, we don't care about AEW," when they clearly. I mean, anyone with sense would know the same way. But they stacked the show to the nth degree, just out of the blue, for the hell of it. Oh yeah, we're gonna bring back the Undertaker on NXT of all shows. They were clearly stacking the show to beat AEW. For what reason? I don't even know why it would be important. And it's not. Now I
Well-
could see if it was moving permanently to Tuesday, but it wasn't. And so they stacked the show, but they beat AEW. So you can't belittle the show that beat you as doing poorly when you did worse. Because
Well-
what does that say about you? It was your debut of Edge. You had this anti-Semitic angle with MJF. What does that say about you if the show you're saying did poorly beat you? It's saying that you completely suck.
Yeah. But I mean, in the past, they were beating NXT when they
That's
were head-to-head.
fine, but they didn't now.
I could see why WWE would want to try to stack the card and try to.
Why? It was one night.
Well,
That was different, though. There was no way it would beat NXT because it was not their normal night. Anytime a show moves their night,
Yeah.
it's not going to do well.
yeah, that's true. Like, it was just by habit, people are used to watching on Wednesday night, and there's probably a lot of people who tuned in and was like, "Where the hell's
Oh
Dynamite?"
yeah, that's how almost
Yeah.
know. Not everyone's following the internet. Anytime a show moves, it's a foregone conclusion. It's not going to do well.
Yeah.
New member Anastasio Theodosiadias.
Oh, yeah.
Booyah! Tazo! Tazo! Tazo!
Tazo the Greek.
Jack, kiss my Brooklyn ass. Incher, you are my god. I want to suck on the Incher's weenie. Jack really brings you down. Damn, he wants Incher to leave in your head and join the Tazo experience.
Oh wow. I'm not. Should I be honored by that?
Are you
or
going to be the
scared, or-
Cody Rhodes? You're going to leave in your head. And but he left AEW to go to. This would be like leaving. Not even Impact. This would be like, leaving AEW to go join like some guys wrestling like in a gym.
Mhm.
So will you leave in your head to join Tazo's aquarium of nonsense and hooligans?
I have to politely decline Tazo's offer, so I'm happy where I'm at. And
He's trying to bring dissension to the ranks here,
mhm, mhm.
trying to pit us against each other.
But I'm not like Cody Rhodes. I'm not gonna jump ship to another show that I did not have a hand in creating, because that would be a real shit thing to do.
Yes, it
That would be like, abandoning your own child. That's what it would be like.
This is what's happening. Everyone's now like, AEW whiny baby company. AEW, Tony Khan needs a timeout from his daddy. I love AEW. It's the only promotion I watch, and I don't want to see this, but I can't when he's acting like an imbecile and a little baby on Twitter. It makes me hard. I can't defend that. And now it hurts me, but it's like, dude, get away from this. I don't want to like, oh man, I don't want to follow this show, but he's making me feel that way.
Well, I've seen in the past that it isn't a good thing for a CEO to speak directly to the public. They should probably
I don't
put
mind
everything through.
Look, I'm not saying he can't speak.
Well, some people
but
don't
if this
know
is the
what's
stuff
right
he's
to
going to
say.
post, he needs to get away from the social media.
That's the thing. You need somebody to kind of like run your stuff through to make sure it's fine to post on the internet, like, because the way people perceive things is very, very bad at times. I mean,
and there's no good way. Even his boy, Dave Meltzer, is like, I don't know about this.
Dave Meltzer, maybe he could run it through him first.
No, I don't know about that. That's probably not a good idea either. But
he would just post everything that he wanted to run to begin with. Like, I think that's a bad idea, Tony. And then he would just go in the Observer and say what he wanted to post. That wouldn't be good. But so it probably is not a good thing to speak directly to the public, because he's expressing his feelings that he's upset that he lost, and I mean, you don't want that in the public.
He's not even saying that he's telling you that they lost, that they did poorly, but you did worse. So you're making your company look like pathetic. He's making his company look pathetic.
Maybe he was happy that he hurt them. That he like, gave that shot, and they didn't do as well as they should have done.
Wow, they didn't kill us as bad as they should have?
Well, like, if they stack a card like that, they would probably do a lot better ratings.
He stacked the show too. He had the return to Edge. He's paying a fortune too.
Boy, that match was kind of embarrassing, honestly. I didn't think it was very good. I thought it was just...
I don't know about Edge's return. I loved his... I loved the first time he came out on the pay-per-view. It's a great reaction. And
yeah,
I liked his promo on the first show. His promo with Starks, I don't know what the hell is going on there.
I heard about this. I haven't seen a few episodes of AEW, and I haven't watched much WWE, so you'll have to catch me up. But I've heard about the Ricky Starks promo. What is that?
I actually didn't see Collision, but I watched this segment because I was in Brooklyn. But I watched this segment, and so it was Edge and Daniel Bryan, and in the ring was Christian. So it was all good. Ricky Starks come out, and Ricky Starks makes a comment to Edge about looking at him with his buggy eyes, and that clearly did not sit well with Edge.
Well, I've thought that for years, Ricky. I was kind of on the down with Ricky for a while, and I wasn't such a fan of him because he's carrying Cody Rhodes' bags at WWE.
I'm a big fan of
that is
Ricky.
Kind of funny because I have thought that. I have thought about Edge and his bugged out eyes. I always thought he looked like a Muppet back in the day.
Yeah, that clearly did not. It clearly upset him, and then he attacked his slacks or something. So then they start going back and forth, and then Edge, like, they're both mad at this point, and because Edge was like, he calls him a vanilla midget copy of The Rock. And
I'm going to have to watch this now.
And that clearly upset Ricky. Actually, I could tell like that didn't. They were shooting on each other, which can be good, but it made for a very awkward segment.
Why did Ricky go off script though? I heard he went off script, maybe with that line. That was the.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think AEW really has scripts though. So it's not. I don't think it was really anything was scripted. It's just
Yeah, but I mean, a line like that, would you want to like run it by the person to make sure it's all right with them beforehand?
it honestly seems like a personal attack on Edge to talk
Yeah.
about his.
I mean, why would he do that though? I mean, I know it's
I don't
wrestling
know.
and you hit each other pretty hard. I mean, Christian's been doing some really, really sketchy stuff, but
I love that.
it seems I love it, but it seems like everybody's like in the
Yeah,
know. that it's
yeah,
about
I'm
to
sure
come.
they're aware.
It
that
doesn't
he's
seem
gonna
like
do this stuff.
they get mad and start shooting at each other.
Right.
But like I don't know why Ricky would do that unless
Maybe just beforehand they're like, say whatever you want or something. But
yeah,
even if you say that, sometimes you hit a nerve. So I don't know.
That's not good for Edge's return. I mean, I'm not even a huge Edge fan. I thought the return was freaking awesome, and I thought Christian's involvement where the young guy I know his name, but it's leaving me. But Buddy Wayne's kid, Nick Wayne, when he turned, I thought that was just a beautiful thing. I thought that because I did not expect for him to turn. You know, I thought that was great, and then Edge comes out, and
Yeah,
all that. That was a hell of an end for a pay-per-view. That was a great stuff. But then we get to Edge's match, and I didn't think the match was very hot. I wasn't very impressed.
It's a weird dynamic between the two because they portray Luchasaurus as being like the giant monster, yet he's actually shorter than Edge. He's like, he's younger, so he's physically like, he's wide, wider and like jacked, but he's actually shorter than Edge, and Edge isn't like much like physically smaller, you know what I mean? Like,
no,
they're pretty much the same size. And Edge is a little tall. They almost look like they would been about the same guy, like, when Edge was in his prime or something. And I also think AEW's done a good job with the older guys where they're not just destroyed. So you have the match to begin with where Lucha's just destroying Edge, and that's not really very fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know what I mean? It's like you never see Sting just getting destroyed. And I'm not saying he should just go out and kill Luchasaurus, but I don't know. I just don't think they meshed well in a match.
No, I don't think they clicked very well with each other. And honestly, I don't think Edge has clicked very well with a lot of people he's wrestled in the last. I guess he did all right with Sheamus on his last match with on SmackDown, and I can't really think of anything that I thought he was.
I agree with Dean.
crazy.
I think this is Christian's best work to date.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. And at first I was kind of into OKC bringing Edge, but now I'm starting to think, I don't know. I think it's kind of a disservice to Christian because it's almost like bringing him back because it's like Christian has reinvented himself as this great heel, and now you're kind of putting him back with Edge, a guy that he's been aligned with for years and years and for decades.
I did like the promo where Edge is kind of like trying to sway him back.
Oh,
and
no,
then he
I like
goes
the
in
promo,
for the
yeah.
hug. And then he says, "Go F yourself." I thought that was pretty awesome.
Great TV. Yeah.
And then, because I mean, you would expect them to do something where they would try to talk to each other as a tag team before it would go into a huge feud. But I mean, I do think like what they set up on the pay-per-view kind of showed you where Christian stood, though.
Yeah, but I also even thought with that it was going to be more. It seems like Darby's not even in the feud now, and it did seem like it was going to be Edge and Darby.
I mean, that's who they turned on. I mean, he hit Darby. I mean, that he should be involved to some degree.
And you have to be real. I'm all for, because this is how wrestling's always worked, mixing veterans and young guys and all stuff. So I'm not against bringing any of these names in, but you have to be careful not to have the main event, all the main event being the older guys.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of looks like the main gist of the show is Edge and Christian.
Yeah.
And you don't want that to overshadow like your world champion MJF.
No. You want
that almost seems like the secondary feud because that's like in the middle of the show and the Edge and Christian stuff's always at the end.
And it's hard for new guys to get over if they're presented, like not in the main event.
Yeah, you don't want your world champion. Like, I thought it was a big, even though I like the pay-per-view, I thought it was a huge mistake to have your world champion in the opening match defending the Ring of Honor tag belts. And then,
Yeah. I thought that they were just doing that to get the belts off of Cole and because Cole was going to be out for a while in MJF, but that wasn't the case. He beat the Revive. No, what's their names? Shit.
the Righteous.
The Righteous, and they
It didn't really help anyone. It was an entertaining match by itself. It's like kind of a comedy thing, but if you are going to get behind the Righteous as something, like losing to one guy is not a good way to do it.
Yeah,
and it didn't help MJF. He's the world
Vinny
champion.
and Dutch.
Yeah,
I like those guys.
I like him too.
But yeah, it was kind of a big mistake, and then you didn't have any like main event like title match with MJF. I mean, I guess they're setting that up for this show that's coming up with Jay White. Yeah,
which is a good. That's going to be a good match. But again, all that stuff is like presented in the middle of the show.
Yeah,
and then they always main event with Edge and Christian, which I would reverse that because you don't want your world champ to be seen as like secondary over someone else on the show.
I don't think it's like great for Jay White when he's going up against the mic with MJF, and MJF is really just he kind of buried him. And as far as
that's
like
MJF's thing, though. I mean,
yeah, I know, but it's like it doesn't help Jay White. I mean, he's.
I mean, that's MJF's thing. So
it kind of lessened, the Jay White character to me that he's not as good on the mic as MJF.
No, that's gonna be his. He has to be. I mean, that's MJF's calling card. That's his best thing going.
Yeah, but I mean, I just think maybe they could have worked something else out a little bit before so he could have some good comebacks, because his comebacks were just weak. I mean, with what MJF was hitting him with, maybe he could have helped him there. I mean, because I thought it really showcased how poorly he does on the mic when he's up against somebody like MJF.
Yeah, I normally like him on the mic, but I really hate. I mentioned I did the show last week, and I hated the doing the racist stuff on the show. That was mind-boggling to me. During the week when you had people getting slaughtered in Israel, and you're like, oh, let's have a anti-Semite angle. Like,
it's kind of a callback because he did bring up this thing, but it is very tone deaf of what is going on.
Yeah,
in the world.
Idiotic. And I know Meltzer was trying to say that that's not what they're going for, but they clearly were. And then I know people are arguing me on Facebook too that I was reading into it, but then after the angle on Twitter, MJF's putting up, MJF's fighting against Jewish hate. It's like, oh, I guess that's a coincidence too. And then he just outright says it, that they're doing this storyline to get fans to talk about what's going on in the world. And I can't say that's not I can't say, oh, it's a terrible thing, but it's terrible storytelling. Mm-hmm. You can't have your wrestler come out and say, you're watching a storyline that is designed to make you think, to teach you a lesson. Because if you are going to have social commentary in any form of storytelling, you can't just go out and tell people that you're watching social commentary. You can't. That's bad. Like, it was both, I think, offensive and like just bad storytelling.
Wrestling's a product that you consume, like you watch once mainly, and some people will go back and watch it, but you watch it and then you're pretty much done, So it's like, it's not like a movie where you're going to go back and rewatch it and be like, oh, I see. It's not going to,
I don't really
you got to hit them with the good stuff and not try to like make it too brainy, don't, but it's like that was.
I mean, there's real life, like people are actually being killed, like on both sides. It's
I didn't take it like that when I first saw it, but then you brought it up, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it is kind of like calling back to him saying the kids was throwing quarters at him and everything."
And then his reaction, he's like
everything.
shaking and said, "I'm going to end your life." Like it's clearly
Yeah.
designed for that. Even writing out Friedman on the quarters because he never goes by Friedman.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, and then they're selling merchandise of the Bullet. They actually took all Juice Robinson's merchandise. I noticed off the shop, but they have Bullet Club merchandise, and I'm like, if he's supposed to be this like Jew hating guy, like you want to sell the merchandise, like, oh yeah, here I'm wearing the shirt of the guys who are racist, like what?
Yeah,
kind of messed up. Not kind of is messed up.
Have they gone back to anything with that? Like
I haven't seen it since, so I don't know. Tomorrow's Dynamite.
Yeah, I didn't watch Rampage.
I would really go with, but they doubled down on Twitter about it, telling you that this is what they're doing.
Well, I hope they get away from it, and because I mean, it is a very like almost like a Vince McMahon thing where it's like,
oh yeah, it's back to the kind of gross side of wrestling. That I mean,
Saudi Arabia,
people tell me that's been around for
Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah, like Sergeant Slaughter. I mean, it's always been part of wrestling. I know that, but that it's not a good side of wrestling. It's kind of an embarrassing side of wrestling.
Yeah. So yeah, I hope they get away from that as well. I mean, in light of what's going on in the world, it's not a good thing. I mean, it does kind of work in with some of the storyline that MJF has set up.
But what was the storyline based
right
on?
now.
It was based on those kids being racist.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying it's not a good time to be doing this. You got to scrap really some ideas and just move forward. But
I think the match will be great, MJF and I'm glad.
Oh yeah, I think they'll work a great match. I think Jay White is excellent in the ring, and in ways, I mean MJF, he does a different type of match. He really,
I think he's fantastic wrestler
and everything.
I actually prefer his style of wrestling, to be honest. I think he's a better
he's a callback to guys from
Yeah, that's kind of the wrestling I prefer. Like a guy just doing like using psychology. I mean, he can get the crowd into just a body slam or something, and that's
he can get a crowd into a kangaroo kick. So, and that's kind of what a Hogan kind of mentality. Try to get the best for not killing yourself.
Yeah, I mean he's a better technical wrestler, really. But yeah, I mean, why kill yourself if you don't have to?
But yeah. So, we got a comment about that storyline from Galgo 13 here. He said, "I hate it when AEW." Pussyfooted around with CM Punk and wasted time with him doing matches with nobodies like Lee Moriarty. Yeah, get what dream matches you can out of the old guys while you can't. That wasn't the comment. He said something earlier.
The only thing I agree with that in theory, but the thing is, like, when you bring in Edge, you bring in someone new to the company. I get wanting to do something with Christian at first, but at the same time, the idea with dream matches is stuff we've not seen before.
Mm-hmm.
So I know like the Hardys were like Matt was I'm like, that's definitely, you don't want to do the Hardys and Edge and Christian stuff.
Yeah.
Like you're just going to look like the retread company if you do that.
I do think AEW could like utilize that dream match mentality a little bit better and like put on some stuff that U.S. fans are going to be like, oh shit, these guys are going to be fighting, this is something I have to see.
Yeah.
I don't think they've utilized Kenny Omega real well with that. I think they've they could do some really hot stuff with Kenny Omega. I mean, why is that? He's only wrestled Daniel Bryan like once. And it was like, why wasn't that a pay-per-view match? I mean, that was something that fans are like, that is just such a huge dream match. But they kind of blew it on that, I think. But Galgo13 here's the comment that I was thinking of. The angle did not offend me, but in light of the current events, the timing is terrible. Even if MJF is behind this angle, I watch wrestling to escape world events, not to be reminded of them.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's I was really dumbfounded that made it to TV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyways, I love Galgo13's comments. I love everybody's comments in the chat room. Dean M and Tazo's in there. and Toronto Stevie, Mighty Lexar.
He should wrestle on beds instead of wrestling rings.
Yeah, I'm looking for a good comment from Lexar. I know there's one out there.
I don't know if that exists.
R.I.P. Susan Summers. What's your favorite episode of Three's Company? I like. What is a good episode of Three's Company? It's like they're all kind of the same, aren't they? It's just
look,
like
I don't want to be this negative, but yes, they're all Mr. Roper overhears something and is talking about having sex, and that's basically every episode. I can't say I'm a big fan of the show, but
I can't think of
rest
like
in
an
peace,
episode of Three's Company that stands out to me. There is one where like he's like trying to like there's like a feel good moment with Chrissy at the end where it's like I think you're beautiful too, and then everybody's like, I don't know.
Then a little whoop whoop whoop. No, what I never understood. I don't want.
And Mr. Roper looks through the window.
I don't want to rip apart the show when someone just died from the show. But
somebody just died from the show. I'm not aware of this either.
Yeah, Suzanne
Jeez.
Summers.
Oh, I'm tone deaf, ain't I? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why he said rest in peace to her.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, yeah, and I even read the comment. What? Did I say rip or did I say R.I.P.? Jeez.
But what I never understood.
I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
What I never understood about the show was the whole setup is Mr. Roper is like so like against the idea of people having sex in the hotel. So Jack Tripp has to pretend to be gay to live with the two girls. So he's like he's so conservative that they might have sex, but he doesn't care that he's gay.
Yeah.
This kid's very bizarre to me.
Well, maybe Mr. Roper was ahead of his time.
Yeah, but why is he so uptight about sex?
You don't want people banging and messing up his beds.
But they're staying there.
Here we go. Toronto Stevie. He comes in with the goods. I'm not drunk. Freaking Travis. I'm not drunk. Toronto Stevie says, the episode where Jack has to teach a loan shark's wife how to cook in order to pay off a debt was funny. You remember that episode, right, Jack?
I don't know. It's kind of
yes, you do. You loved it.
I kind of put this in shows that just existed. But
the theme song's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and then Jack Tripper's funny. So.
Honestly,
the Ropers and then Mr. Farley are great. Yeah.
I'm a big Don Knotts fan. I always I like Don Knotts. So. And
it's definitely better than Coach and Major Dan stuff. But it is the thing that people used to always make fun of sitcoms is it is the same storyline like over and over and over.
Come and knock on my door. We've been waiting for you. The kisses are hers and his. Three's company too. Oh yeah. I watched it since the 80s, Bruce's Ghost says.
Yeah.
He's all about it. Bruce's Ghost has been sending me some videos of him dancing. He's been breaking it down for everybody.
I was in Brooklyn and no sleep till Brooklyn.
Did you meet Hook?
Yeah, beat his ass. Like, boom. So we stayed in New Jersey in a total dump, and then we the Jersey itself was fine, but the hotel we got was a real dump. But we were barely there, just to sleep, really take a shower. Brooklyn Horror Film Festival is a great time. You can check a bunch of live stuff we did from Brooklyn Horror Film Festival and Without Your Head, YouTube. I'm going to put them all together as a big, long show. I've been very busy, but it was a great time.
Excellent.
Really good food, too.
Sounds like a good time. Except for the dump hotel that you stayed in.
Yeah, it was fine. Even one of the drawers was full of like garbage.
How'd they miss that?
And they never came and cleaned the room. But I don't really care about that. So, big shout out to all our members here. If you would like to help cover the cost of running all this, it is actually much more than it used to be, but we love doing the show. So shout out to Headyverse members: Anastasio Theodosiadis, Travis Sandow, Craig Jolly, Stephen Butzlers, Hall of Famer Steven Simmons, Simply Ravishing, a Maccabee, yeah, Vic Schiavone, Dadpool on YouTube.
Hell yeah, Dadpool.
The Geek Getaway,
Geek Getaway, Tony TGD.
Tech Dingoes.
Tech Dingoes. You want one of them descrambler boxes?
Whoa.
Tech Dingoes might be your hookup.
And then our producers, Bruce Cirksina, El Santos World, and Brian Matthew Cluttar, Incher's young boy.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hell yeah. I love the producers. I love all the supporters of the Headyverse.
Mm-hmm.
Especially all the ones that are here in the chat tonight.
Yeah,
You're all good people.
Go 13. I wonder if Mr. Roper could shoot ropes. Come shoot ropes on my face. Come shoot ropes on my face. What the hell, Gogo? This is some weird ass fantasies of Gogo.
I prefer my Kara Jarrett dream.
Damn.
I don't think I'm going to be taking on Gogo 13's dream here. That's I'll pass on that.
Where's well?
I heard Karen. She turned like 51 or something recently. So
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Karen. Karen Jarrett, lovely lady. What's the mighty Lexar saying? Where is the director for In Your Head?
We're right here, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! I'm loved by OIB.
Mm-hmm.
A Maccabee, yeah. A Maccabee, Maccabee, yeah. That's might be my best song to date, Incher.
How many subscribers do we lose when you start singing that song?
Fucking goes through the roof. Oh, you missed this, Incher. We Lexar admitted to doing the WV last week.
What?
So let's clear this up. So it's a debate. Lexar says he did not shit his pants because it was liquid poop that came out of his butthole into his underwear.
All right, how much of his underwear was covered?
Well, he had to throw them away, he said.
He had to throw them away. Okay, then more than a quarter,
Right.
more than like. I'd say yes, you shit your pants. If it's just like a little, like just a touch,
A spritz,
just like a little,
like a chef's kiss of poop.
just like just a little bit itched its way out and it touched your underwears.
Like a
No,
skid
actually,
mark.
I think even at that point, you still shit your pants. Yeah, I'm going to stop myself because by my rule, you still shit your pants even if it touched your underwear.
He said he liquid pooped after attending WrestleMania 27 in Atlanta.
Did he just not want to go to any of the restrooms there? I mean,
think so.
I could understand that.
Did Jack bring his ukulele? No, but I did actually buy this in Woodstock, and there's a video of me playing it in the car ride home from Woodstock. Annabelle and I, from many years ago. I play it just as good now as I did then.
So if he's all butthurt and he's complaining about WWE beating him on Twitter, how much do you think people have to hear about it in real life?
Oh man, it must be just. I love AEW, so just walk away from the Twitter for a little while. If you're getting all worked up, Tony, just I don't know, go play some games or go roll around in your money or something.
He could call me if he wants, and I'll listen to him.
Yeah, you can go
I won't
Cox
tell
Rob,
nobody.
Tony.
You can call me, and I'll listen to all your complaints, and I'll back you up. I'll be like, I hear you. I hear you. Because wasn't he bitching about Vince, saying like, how horrible of a human being he is?
Yeah, which is I'm not saying that's not true, but I guess now he's out. Weaseled his way back in the company, sells the company for billions of dollars, and then the same people that bought it, they're like, wait a minute, he's a real this Vince fella. He's a real negative to our company because, he's molesting the employees. Let's get him the hell out of here.
So they ousted Sting. They got rid of him.
So he weaseled his way back in, which ended up screwing himself in the end.
So now he's out for sure. Like all I heard was he wasn't over creative. He's not. He's letting Paul do most.
Yeah, but honestly, I mean, I think that was his big look. He's worth so much money anyway. Does that money necessarily mean any more to him? He was weaseling his way back in so he could run the company, and now he's not.
That's pretty awesome.
But I think it's for the best for the product.
Yeah, I would say so. Because I don't think we would be getting things, but there's been some very Vince McMahon things that's happened.
Well, I mean, this has just happened though, like last week, basically, or like within just the last week or two.
All right. Well, whose idea was this? So you got Brian Pillman Jr. You bring him back, and you call him like Lexus McKinnington or something like that.
It's just I haven't seen. I just read it, and then why are they always so obsessed with? So I get you have to do one way or the other. Either, okay, we're going to make this guy a new guy. He wants to be their own person, and he's got a new name. Or you say they're the son or whatever of somebody, and they have the name. But you can't go out of your way to keep telling you this is so-and-so's son, but they've got a completely different name. It's very strange. And what is the benefit to that? They do this very often.
I think I've seen it. What was that guy's name? Curtis Axel?
Yeah, that worked out great.
That worked out great for him. You see, that's why, like, when people ban and say, like, how they hate AEW so much, but then you think about what actually is presented on WWE television, like angles like this. I mean, Curtis Axel, that destroyed his career.
Yeah.
It was a terrible idea. He would have been way better off if he said, I'm Kurt Henning's son. My name is Michael Henning. They did say that,
but it makes no sense. Either do one or the other. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if you're going to bring in Pillman Jr., not reference that he's the guy's kid, whatever, and then he's Alexis King, which is a terrible name anyway, okay, whatever, I guess. But if you're going to go out of your way and say he is Brian Pillman's son, and now he's even dressing like Pillman, wearing the same shirt he wore and stuff, but he's not going to use... Why? What is the benefit to that? Just so they own this other name?
I guess so. That seems to be the reason. If you won't like sign over his name and let him own it, like that bitch John Cena, he's just like, you can own my name, Vince. That's fine.
Do you think he owns anything of his? He's owned by Vince. He's like owned by Vince McMahon and the Chinese
He goes to
government.
his refrigerator and he picks up like a bottle of ketchup and he turns it over and it says property of Vince McMahon.
Yeah. And it's either that or China. He's just totally owned by everything.
But that's not the only thing. It's not the only thing. So we get this big return of somebody who's never been in WWE before, but he's very familiar with the WWE audience. and they're like, you know what we're going to make you do? You're going to be a GM of Raw. Guy who's in incredible shape and can wrestle and is pretty great on the mic. You're a GM. Guy who no-shows in your head, so fuck him. But he's a GM. And his wife goes, oh, I hate WWE because they put all my stuff in a garbage bag. And then, but her husband's working for him.
Well, why I never understood where WWE, there's a lot of people that they won't hire as wrestlers. They won't hire him as a wrestler. They wouldn't hire Scrap Iron Adam Pearce as a wrestler. Wouldn't hire Abyss as a wrestler. Even Sanjay Dutt, I think. Not Sanjay Dutt, but
Petey Williams.
Petey Williams, yeah.
Who else? They got a ton of like TNA guys in the back.
But they're like, but we will hire them as agents to tell other people how to wrestle.
I blame Braden Walker. I think he soured them on it. They're like, we can't ever let one of those guys wrestle in our rings again.
But why would you bring them in to like tell other guys how to wrestle? They're not good enough to wrestle for us, but let's bring them in to tell everyone else how to wrestle.
I think they know that they're a mark whore of wrestling, and
or
that
bring
they
them
can
in
get
for
them to do what they want.
On air roles. I don't get it.
Yeah, so we got Nick Aldis. He comes out as a freaking GM. It's like, you don't want to get at least one match out of this guy? I mean, what the hell?
And do
You're
we
making him a
need
GM?
GMs? What look? I don't even watch it because that's there's many reasons, but the GM, all that stuff is so played out. I can't think of anything I care about less than who's the general manager.
AEW would never slap you in the face like that as a viewer. They would not be like, we know you know who this guy is, but we're just going to put him in a role where he never wrestles.
That has been a WWE thing ever since I was a child. And it's something I never liked either is, they'd bring in, Sid Justice. They'd bring in people that were, Harley Race, they didn't want to keep Harley Race. And, they bring Haas Funk instead of Dory Funk Jr. is like this world renowned wrestler. So that's always been a thing in WWF for some reason. And I'm not defending it because I've never liked that about WWF. So it's very weird.
Oh, we got the People's Conspiracy here. He's saying Aldis has a bad back. I haven't heard that. Is that not storyline? Is that something that's serious?
I don't think that's true, but
I haven't heard anything like that. And it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty well known that WWE likes to do stuff like this. And I think if you see that, and you're like, this is bullshit. And it's like, well, WWE does this stuff to you all the freaking time. And it's like, I'm so glad there's another company around with AEW who doesn't slap the fans in the face like this.
Golgo, though, I think you're kind of missing the point. None of us were saying not to hire the guy, but why would you hire Nick Aldis as a GM?
Like that would be a hot feud. I mean, for somebody, maybe not the top, heavyweight match.
Bring him in versus Cody Rhodes.
Have him attack Cody or something and freaking just lay him out and blood him and rip his asshole open and stomp on his guts and.
But Cody's the all-American dude. You just
He's
do
a piece
your
of
old
shit.
School evil foreigner versus Cody. I don't know.
He steals Howard Stern's name.
Yeah.
He's a piece of shit.
He's a guy who fits in WWE. I'm actually not a real big fan of the guy, but I think he fits the WWE style because he's kind of like fine at everything. And that's the kind of people they like, kind of like utility guys where he has a good look. He's a decent wrestler. He could talk. To me, doesn't really stand out at any of those things, but he's like fine at all those things. So that's kind of like a guy that they usually like.
He's a worthless human being who abandons something that he created to join the competition. That's something like a piece of shit thing like his dad would have done. So.
Oh, no, I know. I was talking about Aldis. I think Cody's actually a really good wrestler. But.
Oh, well. Yeah, Aldis, he's fine at everything. And I think he's pretty good as a talker. And, I think the fans would have liked to seen him have a WWE run. Maybe that's where they're going. I mean, maybe they're just like bringing him in as the GM, and then they're going to turn him into a wrestler.
Dean says, this has a sexy body that I watch and I drool. But I don't get why they don't put him up against anybody. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's like one of the most beautiful things about wrestling is bringing somebody new in, put them in a feud, and see how they do. You know, not bring them in and just fucking cool them off.
Who the hell wants GMs?
Yeah.
Do you ever watch wrestling thinking, oh man, I wonder what the general manager's gonna do?
You know what? If they get Kenny Omega, I want him to be a GM.
Fuck the GMs. That's been played out for like 30 years. I was sick of watching it about 20 years ago.
God, but it's just like stuff like that. We've been seeing this for years, and it's just like, why do they hate their own fans? Why do they treat them like this? Because we watch the show day in and day out. We're watching freaking NXT, Raw, SmackDown, all that bullshit, and they just slap you in the face like this and say, well, you're not going to get to see Aldis wrestle. You're going to see him as a GM. And not just Aldis. You get to see Adam Pearce. You're like, I know Adam Pearce. I've seen him around. He's a GM. Sarah Del Rey. She works in the back. You don't even see her on the camera. I mean, these are people that are established in the wrestling community. We would like to see them wrestle. They don't do it in WWE. They only give you who they want you to see. They don't want to appease you. So for AEW to exist and not do that to their fans, I applaud them for that. That's what I have to say about that. Because I'm sick of it with WWE. All the freaking time. Just bullshit like this. I mean, I don't want to see freaking Brian Pillman Jr. known as Alexis.
This is not true,
McGillicuddy or whatever the hell his name is now. That's the worst shit ever. I mean, call him something. We know who he is. He is the biological son of Brian Pillman. Why can't he be called that? And he can do what he wants from there. I mean,
this is not true, Lex. Our general managers are not part of wrestling since the 80s. It's honestly like the late 90s, maybe early 2000s, and I hated it then, and I really hate it now. It was never part of wrestling.
Stuff.
It was once the brand split is when they started general managers, and the brand split. This they talk about it, but it's like this big cycle thing. They get rid of it, then they bring it back. They make a big deal. Oh wow, the brand split. Even just the name is so lame. Brand split. Who cares?
Yeah. Brand split does nothing for me. If it's still the
same. No, the idea was to create their own Monday Night Wars within their own company. But Monday Night War is like, yeah, it's a freaking war. But brand split is just some stupid term.
I mean, look at all the chat you heard about AEW going up against NXT because it's two different companies. It was real then, you know. But now it's like to do like that in the same company. Nobody fucking cares. It's like,
well, they barely ever bring it up. Like all the shows is all the same people on it. And then every once in a while, it'll be like the bragging rights show or something where they like. So we're supposed to just like, get excited about Raw versus SmackDown like once a year maybe, and then the rest of the year they don't bring it up at all. It's just really lame.
Mr. Pro Wrestling Illustrator here in the chat room. He says, shit in your pants has been part of wrestling since WrestleMania 27.
Damn.
I'm going to say there's been an angle where somebody's pooped themselves before that. There's got to be one. Chat room, prove Mr. Sports Pro Wrestling Illustrator here.
Petey Williams.
Wrong.
I wonder what was the first shitting your pants angle ever in wrestling?
There has to be another one.
You think like Ed Strangler Lewis did one?
It's like Farmer Burns.
That would have been a good angle. Instead of like shitting your pants, what if you made guys shit their pants? So like it was like some kind of sleeper hold that was so painful that they just shit themselves. That'd be pretty good, don't you think? Yeah. Like, oh no, he's choking him out, and he just like shit just flies right out of him.
Or like when Stu, he's like, you look at him, he's got his eyes bulging.
I bet he knew moves to make you shit yourself.
The guy be like, that ain't my eyes bulging out. I just shit myself, Stu. And he's like, yeah, I just made him shit himself.
I bet he
That's
knew.
the best. Ah,
What's a better
nothing better than
pay-per-view?
getting young boy down to the dungeon and making them poop themselves. Just steaming piles of shit in their drawers.
What's
I
a
scoop it up with the spatula and go fry my eggs.
What's a better pay-per-view concept? Bragging rights or Fastlane? I think Fastlane.
I think
is
I'd
just
rather have.
completely
I think I'd rather be
worthless.
in the fast lane. At least
Yeah, I
I'm
think
going somewhere.
Fastlane's like major dad of like pay-per-views. It's just completely meaningless. It's just there, but it's not offensive or great. It's just it's just there. It just exists. Where bragging rights is kind of like you kind of like laugh at it and think that's really lame.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Like, what was the show that nobody?
Can you imagine?
watched?
Like, we're fighting for the bragging rights. Like, come on. We're not fighting for a title. We're fighting for the bragging rights that we bring up 1 week and then it's forgotten the rest of the year.
Looky here. Quality post by Mighty Lexar. Big Show did a poop pants angle with Eddie Guerrero in 2003.
Damn. Lexar, he has his face. He was telling me last week about the greatest Fastlane moments. Do you think he keeps a list of the greatest shit moments, the greatest shit in their pants and wrestling?
he came up with that one pretty quick.
That could be our round table.
Mm-hmm.
Sid shit himself once, Steven Simmons says.
Well,
It
I've
wasn't
heard
an
of like
angle, it was
guys
just
who
reality.
did it. Like didn't Henning do it? Like, or he
Yeah.
pooped in a bucket under the ring or something. I
Yeah,
heard something.
that was a shoot shit.
Yeah. Shoot shit.
Is there a version of like the blade job for shitting yourself? Like you like
Like you Taco Bell it before you go in the ring.
right? Yeah, like they would take aspirin so the blood flows, or like we got to do something so the shit's flowing. Like
We gotta
wine.
get some juice down there, if you know what I mean. It's like, all right, go get the 12-pack.
Rhodes said he was gonna look like Uncle Fester.
Who's he saying he's gonna look like Uncle Fester?
If it was done by Vince before Triple H took back his creative power, Triple H needs to have Pillman do a promo like Dustin Rhodes did when he buried Steve. Yeah, just be it. That's what everyone wants to see.
I mean, that's kind of like how LA Knight. I mean, Vince was trying to put him in the freaking the fashion crew. He was trying to put him with like Marseille and Mansois.
Lexar, the Rock bottom the British Bulldog in a pile of dog shit on SmackDown in 1999.
Bam.
Now looking back, I've had time when they signed the Big Show, Christian and Mark Henry. I was like, God damn, AEW, what are you doing? So looking back, I'll admit I was wrong with Christian. He's become one of the best heels in wrestling. But those other two, boy, were they bad signings. Especially out of the three, at least Mark Henry's given me some entertainment, I'll say. Big Show might be the worst signing in the history of AEW.
You didn't like Captain Insano in the when Adam Cole and MJF was fishing?
Besides people saying him, I have no idea who Captain Insano is.
Captain Insano is Big Show.
Yeah, I mean, I have no connection to him. I have no idea what that is besides people saying it.
All right, do you want me to fill you in, or do you?
It's from probably, isn't it from like some Adam Sandler movie?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
from The Water Boy.
Fuck those movies.
You're not
No.
curious at all?
I would not have signed him for millions of dollars. You could have brought him in for a couple grand probably to do that.
He has the rights to.
I will say it
Captain
was the
Insano.
most entertaining thing he's ever done. Probably ever, but at least for
I don't know.
maybe not since WCW, I guess. But
It was pretty good when Kurt Angle took the tranquilizer dart and shot him. That was
I don't
pretty
even remember
awesome.
that.
You don't remember that when Kurt Angle was like hunting him and he like took a tranquilizer dart and shot him, and then he pinned him in the ring.
Man, Lexar's got all kind. He loves
the
the
Natalia
farts and
farting
poops.
gimmick. That's so bad for a girl. You don't want to think of a girl farting. That's like, jeez.
Oh my God, Patrick Howe. So he earlier said they should bring back ECW, WCW, World Class Championship Wrestling. Now he's saying they should also bring back all those titles. This is, Patrick, I love you, but this is the absolute worst idea I've ever heard in the history of doing the podcast. Because there's way too many titles as is. It's insane that they have so many titles. To think of they should bring back like 50 more titles.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick, go sit in the corner and rethink this. I'm looking at a fake turd right now, Bruce says.
We could have a turd belt.
Oh, God. Golgo really, like, I used to think highly of Golgo, but he's a big Adam Sandler fan.
Some of his earlier movies are pretty funny. Like, Waterboy is a funny movie. There are lines that I say from Waterboy. You can't judge if you haven't watched it. Can't judge. Can't judge, Jack. Can't judge. You gotta watch it. Watch the movie. Watch it. I mean, if you can watch that Weird Al one, you can watch
That's like a universally acclaimed movie. You really have no clue what you're talking about.
No, it's on par with that. I mean, Waterboy's pretty highly regarded when you're talking those type of films.
Fuck Waterboy. Fuck everything
that
asshole's ever done.
Billy Madison is a Golgo 13
Fuck Billy
favorite.
Madison. Fuck Adam Sandler movies. I'm not. What is this, some kind of fucking moron or something?
It seems like you're going to get like a roll of quarters or something.
Good Lord.
Listening to you hate on Adam Sandler.
Bruce says I grew up on a bayou.
That's.
He said he grew up on Bijou Phillips.
No. She's getting a divorce from the rapist. He's convicted now, anyways. The dude from that '70s show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack, Speed 2.
Why'd he bring up Speed 2?
I don't know. He's been dropped on his head, probably. So
I don't think I've watched Speed 2 all the way through. I just thought, like, this is so inferior to, like, the other one. I'm just not bothering. I mean, there's...
Yeah, I don't remember. I know it exists, but I don't remember.
Like, I mean, at least you get Dennis Hopper in the first one and Keanu Reeves.
Fine,
it's like... Yeah. I can't remember who... Is it William Dafoe in the second one? Or is that... I think that's Die Hard 2. But... I can't remember who's the villain in Speed 2, but... No, it ain't Die Hard 2. I don't think William Dafoe's in that. That's the dude from played the Grim Reaper in Bill and Ted's. What's his name? The guy from Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, Bill something Sadler, William Sadler.
Yeah, that's probably. I think that's it. Something like that. He's good. He's a good actor.
Yeah.
I like that dude.
All right. Should we post the link here for the folks?
Let's post this link.
Link it up. Send me the link. Grease 2. Where are you getting these ideas from?
Yeah, I kind of refuse to watch Grease 2. That
sucks.
That looks pretty awful.
No.
I've seen clips of it.
Don't send me this. I'll just put it on eBay or something.
You can't. You gotta watch it.
It'd be like, if someone want to super chat $10, you'll get this Adam Sandler movie.
I hate to say it, but I do know how you feel because the guy at work kind of forced me to borrow a movie, and I'm like dreading watching it. I do not want to watch it. Sucker Punch. I don't want to watch it.
Sucker Punch.
Like, I would have had to been like, dude, I don't want to watch your movie. Basically, to not get to like prevent like not borrowing it. It's the one with Vanessa Hudgens or whatever.
Yeah, I remember it. What a weird movie for to like.
Yeah,
it's not a good movie.
Is it not? Jeez, I don't want to watch it. Could somebody just tell me what it's about so I can just give it back to the guy?
When I was a kid, so my friend Paul wasn't allowed to see R-rated movies, and my brother and his girlfriend at the time took me and Paul to go see what was it? It was Fright Night, and but he told his parents we were going to go see The Dark Crystal. I think it was either Dark Crystal or The Black Cauldron, one of the two. Whatever was out at the same time, I guess it was one of those two. I can't remember which one. So, but we went to see Fright Night, and then on the way home, I had to tell Paul the whole story of the other movie because not only would they not let him go see R-rated movies, I guess they would actually quiz him on the movie to make sure that's what he saw.
How would they know what it was about unless they see it?
I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know. What the hell is he?
Hell yeah,
What kind
he's got
of
his filter on?
Why do you have that weird filter on?
Oh, now he's gone.
Is that like a glory hole filter? It looks like you're looking through a hole or something.
I don't know. It's kind of like I think I always think of it as like the dreamy filter, like when somebody was like a hunk back in the days, and like they'd show their footage, and it's like, oh, he's such a hunk, and Dreamweaver would play.
Do you think he's trying to do that to like impress like the ladies on like Grindr or whatever?
Got a super chat by John Brown here.
Johnny Brown, JoJo Brown, yeah! Watch the damn movie. Watch it in chair. Watch Sucker Punch, bitch.
Which one is he referred to? Is he you Waterboy or me Sucker Punch?
John Brown has taste. I can't imagine he's a big Adam Sandler fan.
Clarify, John Brown.
I
feel like an asshole though. I do.
You should, because you look like one.
I mean, I probably should just watch the movie. I did start it the other day, but like the player on my computer wasn't so hot playing a Blu-ray.
Okay, playa.
Yeah. So
Lexar, what is that filter you have on, and then you turn it off so you could turn? Is that something that you used to try to impress the ladies on, like?
No, it's not a filter. I think it's a screen protector. I put a brand new pair of screen protector on my phone.
Why does it have a hole in the center?
Don't know. It's been doing that lately.
You sure you weren't looking through like a glory hole or something?
No. I'm thinking about upgrading my phone, but it costs like $450 to upgrade.
I could see Lexar doing like Polly the Penis kind of thing from Porky's, like sticking his wang through a hole, and then this like large, unattractive teacher grabs it.
Yeah, that's the size of your wiener, more like it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Booyah!
So my official ruling is you shit your pants. You
shit your pants. Shit your pants.
That's how I feel. I think you've shit your pants.
That's liquid poo, though.
I don't think there's any difference. Poo is poo. Poo is poo.
So, in your opinion, Lexar, it has to be like a big, like solid log that comes like
sweet.
The way Incher did it.
So you think when Incher shits his pants, it's just like a big long turd that comes out?
Big squishy. I actually did the WB at summer camp when I was 10 years old.
Really?
Now he's doing it at summer camp.
Damn, you should move to West Virginia.
I don't want to live in West Virginia. They don't have nothing there.
So what happened in summer camp? You dropped a big log? You pinched the load?
Yeah, I dropped a big log. I was supposed to
He
go
made
to
out with the
bathroom
camp
too,
counselor. That'd be sweet.
There's no girls there. There's no girls there at summer camp.
So was it an accident, or did you purposely poop your pants?
It was an accident.
It's like, I don't want to do archery.
Highlight horror business. You gotta highlight horror biz here.
Imagine looking through a glory hole and you see Lexar smiling back.
It'd be a glory hole in a bathroom, and someone's just taking a shit in the other stall. Like,
yeah, he's dropping the
hilarious.
It's no liquid poop. He's just trying to push the log through. Bam. So, Winter, what do you think about this idea that it's not pooping your pants if it's real like
No,
liquid?
I don't agree with this, Lexar. I don't agree with it. As much as I love you, Lexar, I have to disagree respectfully. I believe that shit is shit.
Damn.
If it comes out of your booty, it's poop.
Even if there's blood on it.
Well,
Whoa.
I mean, it's still poop, but it's poop with blood. I
Are you
mean,
Do you have a
pooping
cut
blood?
in between your balls and your ass? Like that's the only way. Like
Now, my doctor said like I have something on my rectum that'll make blood. Why are you boosting up his headphones anyway? So I went to the
So
doctor and they had
you poop blood all the time?
not all the time. It's just like it's just forcible thing. So I had to
fissure
like
or what's that?
An anal
Fissure.
Fisher,
So
nice.
if it's
I'm
bright,
glad I missed that story. That's great.
if it's bright red blood, it's like the you don't want like dark blood because then it's inside of you actually.
it's not that bright red.
All right. So that's probably like a surface. That's on the surface.
Were you blading?
Were you blading your butthole? Was Intra not using enough lube?
Paper cut.
It doesn't have anything to do with the lube. It's just how to buku.
Were you getting pegged?
No, don't be going there, Jack. He's a fine man who calls into the show,
Why don't
And
you
you-
can
and
be a
you-
fine man who gets
and
pegged?
and
It
he
doesn't mean
brings
you're a
some
bad human
goodness.
being.
He brings some goodness and admits some things that a lot of people probably wouldn't admit, and we have to say
Well,
thank
I'm
you
just
for that.
trying to get to the bottom of his bleeding
Don't
asshole.
don't just go crazy and
I
try
just
to-
want to know why his butthole's bleeding. That's all.
I don't remember this quote. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I used to mention it quite often.
Was it a habanero
Oh
pepper?
shit! Out of the water smells god awful.
Yeah.
Yeah. I read that wrong when I was reading it in the chat. Yeah, that was a mentally handicapped kid left a log in the middle of the hallway, and oh my god, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. This is in school, yeah.
So
They just threw sawdust on it.
John Brown, he's
That'd be
breaking his
hilarious.
leg and he's got anal fissures. He's all fucked up. Watching Adam Sandler movies.
He wants you to watch Adam Sandler movies.
Yeah, but will my butthole start bleeding and will I break my leg?
No, you'll be just fine. You might have a good time while watching an Adam Sandler film, Jack.
Well, get that looked at, Lexar. You don't want a bloody butthole. You okay? Is it bleeding right now?
No.
Maybe mice are biting it when you sleep.
So are you?
You
need
never
more-
know.
You need more fiber in your diet.
Just like put something around your asshole or something, or in it, just so they can't get to it.
My doctor
Like a
recommended.
butt plug?
My doctor recommended like these
Like a tail.
these these A and E vitamins that to take. A and E vitamins.
Oh, vitamin
A&E.
A. So are you been taking them?
Yeah.
You take them orally, not by your rectum. You know that, right? Okay.
Certain
making
foods
sure.
that like a certain foods she wants me to recommend to eat that has the vitamins in it. So
Mhm.
there you go.
So has it been good? Your butthole been better now?
Yeah, it's clean. It's squeaky clean.
There you go, Enter.
Squeaky clean.
So, what's on your mind about the wrestling there, Lexar?
Oh yeah, the wrestling.
Yeah.
Well,
Boom.
I enjoyed this week in wrestling. I want to talk about Samoa Joe and Willie Mack. I saw Willie Mack wrestle live
Mhm.
in XPW.
I like Willie
They
Mack.
did.
He's good.
Willie Mack did a match with Masada, and he did like this John Moxley thing with the barbecue skewers on his head.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so yeah, but Willie Mack sweated a lot, so the skewers like fell off and only like 2 or 3 stuck on his head.
So somebody gigged Willie Mack with the skewers, and like he
Stop.
bled so
Yeah.
much.
You didn't stick those up your butt, did you? The skewers?
No.
Maybe that's why you're bleeding.
Why would he do that?
I don't know. To be like Willie Mack.
What do you see at your buffet, Jack? Is people like taking the skewers and putting up their ass? Like,
I'm not bleeding out my butthole.
Skewer. I have the longest skewers that you.
Whoa! Oh, I thought he was whipping.
Okay, so they're like
Bruce is
called
wearing skewers. Some people.
marshmallow skewers, and they're like
Oh,
I
that's
don't
for
know.
like roasting marshmallows at a
Yeah,
fire?
but they're like sticks.
Oh.
Were they metal skewers?
No, they're wooden.
Wow. These like I don't know. I have like a Christmas tree, and
Well,
I
you're
just stick
giving,
weird
like,
shit in it.
You're giving like wrestlers ideas now. They could get like these long.
Like, look at this fucking thing.
Skewers.
Like,
Stab 'em.
woo! That's sharp as hell. Whoa. Yeah, it's fucking long.
That's what Intra's always telling me.
Why so
Clip the
scared?
audio off of that. Yeah, that's awesome.
All right. So what's on your mind? You loving the wrestling, Lexar? You loving it? Willie Mack. He's got the skewer sticking out of his head.
Mm-hmm.
How many
And I saw him
stars would you give his skewer work?
Well, it depends on if it sticks. Like Schlack, I saw him wrestle a lot with the skewers, and like his opponent like gave him like a puncture, like a whole skewers all over the upper body, the head, the forehead, the shoulders, the chest, the
Dang.
stomach.
Yeah.
Dang. Why do you have this love for blood, your bloodlust? Is there any end to it, Lexar? Any end to your uninsatiable bloodlust? Are you ever
I
going to
like-
stop going to death match wrestling?
I like non-blood matches too, so
Mm-hmm.
that's why I watch WWE every week. So there's no blood in it.
What's your favorite non-blood match, and what's your favorite blood match?
Wow, the non-blood match. There's plenty of them. I'd just say Kurt Angle versus Chris Benoit from Royal Rumble 2003.
Oh. And how does it rank up? What's your favorite blood match?
Ooh, there's plenty of them. Like independent or just on nationally? On television.
I'm sure that match was a battle of the suplexes.
Just any of them.
Just did a million suplexes in a row. Anyway.
Maybe the best, like, bloodiest match was John Cena takes on JBL in a I Quit match in 2005, Judgment Day.
Really? I figured you'd say something else.
Man.
I'm not a John
Those
Cena
are
and
stinkers,
JBL.
man. Those are bad. Out of everything. Sorry.
Wait, you want to take JBL versus Eddie Guerrero in 2004?
Nothing with JBL in it.
I agreed, Joe. I said this earlier. That's how I started the show. I agree 100%. It's becoming it's not the cool show to like anymore, and it's very sad.
But
But you
what,
still watch it, Jack.
what wrestling fan is cool, though? I mean,
You're just making excuses.
nope.
Yes, you are.
I'd say if he wants to post on Twitter about being upset, he should be allowed to. That's what he wants to do.
It's making him look like a total loser and making the show look absolutely pathetic.
Well, maybe people think that we post things that make us look like total.
You're
losers.
being a bitch.
Nope,
You're
not
being
a bitch. I'm saying he has
You're
a
being
right
the
to have
Tony
a
Cock
Twitter.
bitch.
He has a right to have
No
his
one's
own
saying
ex,
he doesn't have the right that he should be
and-
locked
and
up
he
in
can post
prison.
what he
I'm
wants.
saying he looks like an idiot. He looks like a
Long-
loser, and he's making the
long-
show look pathetic. He's
long
making
as
me
he's
not want to
not,
be a
like,
fan.
sleeping with all his own employees.
Look, just
and
because someone else
hiring
sucks doesn't
people
mean that this
just
isn't
to
good.
Crush their dreams. Doing all this shit that Vince McMahon
That's
does.
whataboutisms. That's just
There's
whataboutisms.
nothing wrong with
It's not.
Tony
It's not.
Khan
Look,
wanting
they're
to
not
post on
running
his
for
own Twitter.
president, and you have to pick one or the other.
Exactly.
I
he's
could just not.
running
I
for
could just
president.
not like either one.
But you're
Just
acting
because
like he
one
is
person
running
does
for
something
president. He's
shitty
the CEO of
doesn't
the
mean that
company. What
that
does
I
it matter?
excuse someone else's
What's
shitty
it matter if
behavior.
the man gets upset and he posts?
Because
on
he
his
looks
Twitter?
like a loser. He's crying about it. He's crying. He's saying this product that beat him is doing shitty. Well, if they're doing shitty and they beat you, what does that say about you? That says you're even shittier.
No, it's
Yes, that's exactly
he's
what you're
saying-
saying.
He's saying he's upset because they
You're
stacked the
you're
cards.
telling everyone you're the
And then-
second tier product because you're getting beat by their C show.
Mhm.
That's
No, I
not a
don't think
good
that's what-
look.
He's proud of what he puts out there.
Then
He's
say
saying-
that. That's not what he's saying. He didn't say even anything about his own product being good. He was attacking the ratings of the WWE show
Mhm.
that beat him.
Well, he's just rallying the troops. He's
No,
trying to
he's
get them
not.
upset.
No, he's
I mean,
not.
he's
He was
trying
not
to start
saying
this-
That is not
He's
what
trying
he was
to start
doing.
a
No,
you
he
versus
was
us
not.
mentality.
He was not. That well, that's not good either. That you don't want
Maybe it is good
tribalism
for
in the
business.
show. He was not saying our show was great.
It's already there.
We
Wrestling
love the
fans want it.
show.
Maybe
he was
he's
not
just trying
saying
to
that.
appease the
He was.
wrestling
That's
fans.
not at all what he said. He said
And
this
maybe
show
he's
sucked.
just putting on some
No, that's not what he said.
banter.
You didn't even read what he
He's trying to
said.
get what-
You're just trying to be argumentative, and you're coming off like a dipshit. To be honest, what he said
You're
was
the one
he
coming
was
off like a
attacking
dipshit.
Undertaker
trying
and
to be
Shawn
argumentative.
Michaels. That's
What?
not doing his product any good. He's making himself look pathetic in the show. And I
No, no,
100% stand behind that.
I love Tony Khan, and I think he has a right to
So
have
you,
his own.
no
ex.
one's saying he should be locked
He
up
can
in
say what he
prison and not have the right to do what he wants. But you also there's also consequences to doing whatever you want to do, and the consequences he looks like a schmuck. And he makes
Well,
his company look pathetic.
At least he
And
respects
he's making
his
the company
fans.
not look cool at all.
He respects his fans, and he gives
How
them
is
what
this
they want
respecting
for a
his
lot of-
fans? It had nothing
Yes,
to do
it
with his
is.
fans. He was just
not-
belittling the other
You're
show.
just taking one instance, and you're saying he doesn't respect all
He's
his
doing
fans?
this over and
He
over
tried-
this
he's
last
made a
couple
whole
weeks.
company just to, help
Everyone
out
knows
the
I'm an
wrestling
AEW fan. But quite honestly, this is the kind of thing that makes people dislike AEW fans, is that people act like AEW is beyond any criticism. You can like AEW, I like AEW, but if I just say everything they do is great, then you come off like this
I
weirdo.
don't say everything they do.
That's
is
basic
great.
what you're just saying, that he can
I'm
say
just
anything
saying
he wants and act like a total
He
idiot.
can go and post what he wants if it's
No
if that's
shit,
what he wants to
anyone
do.
can. I'm not saying he should be locked up in jail and the government should take away his rights and put him on an island somewhere.
Where you got the other company, the man goes out and he's like taking money from Saudi Arabia.
Well, what
and
about
he's
this
doing
guy?
all
What?
these
Yeah, this. Oh, well, wait a
awful
minute.
things.
Well, how can you say that's a dumb thing when Adolf Hitler did all this? How can you say that's a dumb thing when O.J. Simpson killed his wife? What's that have to do with anything? It's not like I'm choosing between Vince McMahon and Tony Khan. I haven't watched WWE
Well, I
TV in
just
5
think
years.
Tony gets a bad rap, and everybody says all these
He's
horrible
deserving
things
of the
against
bad
him.
rap right now.
And I don't think he's so bad. I mean, he got upset because he lost, and he posted some things on Twitter. Okay,
He was leading
is
up
that
to
such
it.
a crime? Is that
Yes,
is that like
he's
we should
he's
just
ma-
destroy
This is
the
not,
man?
you act like he posted one thing. The whole build up to the show, he was coming off like a little spoiled baby, and then afterwards he's coming off even worse. He's making the show not something that I want to support. and he's making the show, not just to me personally, to many people have the same opinion. It's not the cool show right now, and a lot of it is because of the way Tony Khan's acting. It really kind of started when he's fearful for his life and stuff. He's come off like a bitch.
Well, that was a whole other thing, though. That was
But it's a culmination of all these things.
Well, what's he supposed to do? Be like, I was about
Not
to
say
beat
that.
CM Punk's ass, but then I had to fire him because I knew it wouldn't be good for
Well,
CM Punk. I mean,
there's a
what's he
difference.
supposed to
Okay,
say?
you could fire the guy, but he doesn't have to come out and say, I'm so fearful from. You could say, the guy is doing
now
stuff
we're
that's
getting
bad
to
for
the
our
heart of the
company, and I'm
matter.
firing him.
Well,
He could have been a man
CM
about it.
Punk here, he's all upset because Tony Khan fired him. That's what
No,
you're upset about.
Now
That's
you're
the
just
heart of
outright
the
lying.
matter
People
here.
can go and listen to the show, and we talked about it. And I'm a big CM Punk fan, and I said on the show when they fired him that it just wouldn't work because the personalities are too much of a clash. But that doesn't mean you have to
can't
go out
believe
there and
you.
say that I was afraid and make it looks like a little wimp.
You have to stand up for CM Punk whenever one of the best.
What the hell are
wrestling
you even
shows-
talking about?
You're all upset about CM Punk getting fired. When
No, I'm
they
not.
put on one of the best
Do
wrestling
you even listen
shows
to anything people are
ever.
saying? Or you just
They
go
put
on this
one
you
of
just
the
say
best
whatever you
wrestling
want.
shows ever, and CM Punk had to make it all about him. And
I
try
would
to
say
fight
the opposite.
somebody in the back.
No. I would say
He
that little
tried to
bitch.
fight
I would say
somebody
that
in
little
the back,
bitch Jack.
and that's
The little
all we
bitch
talk
Jack
about now,
Jungle
when
Boy
they had the
went
best
out of his
thing
way
ever.
to try to make the show
best
about
show
him, and he's a nobody.
Our time.
He was
And
the
he
one
got
who
ruined
started all
by
this.
CM Punk's bullshit. If he could have just shut his fucking mouth and just let it go.
Look, see now
Oh,
you're
he's
being
the older guy.
You're
He's
a
the
hypocrite.
older
To your
veteran.
You're
He
being a
should've said,
hypocrite to what
"Hey,
you just
he's a
said.
young
You're like
kid.
Tony
He's
Khan
got top
has
off
the
at the
right to
mouth."
say whatever he wants to say, but CM Punk does not have the right to say
No,
whatever
I'm
he
not
says.
saying that.
Both
I'm saying
of them
when
have the
you're in
right
a
to say whatever
company
they want,
environment,
and they also
when you're in a
can
company
they have to
environment
deal
and
with
you are
whatever
employed,
happens to
you
them
can't just be going
based
up and
off their own
punching another
decisions.
man
And
because
CM
he
Punk
said
got
something that
fired
you didn't
based
like.
off his own decisions, but he did what he wanted to do, and now. Tony Khan is making the company look pathetic and being a big baby, and he's going to have to deal with the consequences of that. And that is now the show is not the cool wrestling show. Honestly, WWE's cooler.
Oh, look at
Well, bull.
Where's your
It
Vince
is.
McMahon?
I don't even
mural?
watch it, but
Come
it's a
on.
cooler show right
Show us
now.
your Vince McMahon underwear. Look at you. You're just all proud and just like.
Do you even
look at
listen?
Vince
I haven't
McMahon.
watched a show in 5 years, but I'm not blind. It's the same thing when Jim Cornette or whoever says everyone hates Kenny Omega, everyone hates Orange Cassidy because I don't personally like them. Now that's a lie. You could say I don't like them. I like AEW, but if I say it's the cool product right now, that's a lie. Subjectively, it is not the cool product right now.
Look at this. This is a good comment. El Santos World. He says, I think Incher is right. Twitter talk shouldn't matter so much.
Well, that's nice. It shouldn't, but it does. You could say it shouldn't. I don't think it should either. But I'm not in a fantasy world. It does matter.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just don't think it's such a bad thing that he got upset.
do.
He got upset and he just posted on Twitter that he was upset about something.
That's not what he said at all. You didn't even read what he said, and that's not what he didn't say. Oh, it's too bad we lost. That's not what he said at all.
Well, I know about the comment he said bald pricks which was like him kind of playing, I guess, because it wasn't
All this
a
stuff is lame as hell.
show or something. I'm not The Office. I've never watched The Office, but I think that was just poking at him a little bit.
It was like memes.
Yeah.
He's coming off like a complete loser, a little baby and a loser.
Well, he's like a millionaire who started a wrestling company. I mean,
Well,
I
is
don't
that
expect
something to be
him
like-
to be like
Wasn't
this,
his-
like, real cool dude. I
that's
mean,
not-
I don't
No.
expect him to be
Yeah,
like, into,
exactly.
like, all this like really cool James Bond kind of stuff. I mean, what do you expect from him? I mean,
Not act like a bitch. I don't want to. He's not a guy I like at the moment at all.
You wanted him to get that monitor and throw it back at CM Punk and be like, let's fucking have this out, man.
Never said
Let's
that
go.
at all. I agree with Jack. Tony Khan was attacking fans on X for legitimate criticism. Yeah, and this is stuff that turns people off. It's starting to turn me off, and I've been a supporter of the show since it started. And I think fans like Incher who think the show is above all criticism, it turns people off because they see that and they're like, wow, I don't really want to be associated with these people.
About things that was, with the Edge stuff. I thought the Edge match sucked. There's been other things that I said suck on AEW show. But I do think that Wembley show was the best show that's been on in a long time. And it did kind of get overshadowed by an incident in the back.
Yeah, everything's being overshadowed by a lot of stupid shit that keeps continuing. And you can't keep blaming Punk when he ain't even there.
It still is.
Got to be someone else's fault after a while.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's. I mean, Tony Khan created AEW. I mean, him and the Elite. I mean, it wouldn't be a thing if it wasn't for him.
No one's saying otherwise. It doesn't mean he can just act like an idiot.
He posted something on Twitter. Now the man's
That's just your opinion, Jack.
He's coming off really bad.
Yeah.
He's not just even on Twitter. He's doing interviews. He does interviews. Look, you can't just stick your head in the sand.
Well,
he just seems like a nerdy, rich little kid.
I don't care about him
who grew
being
up.
nerdy. I've never cared about him being nerdy. I don't. He's just coming out here and say, "Look, you can do whatever you want. I don't care." But for me, John Brown, there's a lot and lots of people out there. It's no longer being the cool company, and he's turning off a lot of his fans, and he's making it hard for people to be new fans.
I want to slap you in the face. Just wham. Yeah.
This is
Watch
Butters.
you cower and post on your ex. You'll be like, I'll go to my ex and talk shit about Incher after he slapped me and threw monitors at
I'll
me.
talk shit about you right here on the show. Never stopped me before.
Whatever. You wouldn't do it in person.
I
would
talk
cower.
shit about you in person, and
You would cower like Tony Khan.
I threw you around in the hotel room, and you're like, then years later, you're like, I didn't want to break the lamp.
You see, you keep saying how you threw me around, but you never put over the 360 splash that I did on you. You keep forgetting to bring that shit up. Whenever I pushed you down on the ground and I got up on the table and just like,
is that root beer you're drinking, or is it laced with something that Tazo gave you?
No, I'd be passing out if that was the case.
The kids call it the syrup, I think.
Tazo did not
Tony
put
made
Molly in
AEW look
my,
very
orange
indie last
crush.
week, and I like AEW. Could you even imagine Vince and Triple H going off on that like that on social media? Yeah, it looks really pathetic.
They're old. They wouldn't do that.
They don't even know how to use the X.
They'll go on Facebook and
They're like,
post a picture of them dropping their
fact
phone
is,
in the bathroom.
You don't even need to bring them up because I don't care what Vince would do. I don't support Vince McMahon at all. But that doesn't mean that Tony Khan. Just if I don't like Vince McMahon, doesn't mean I just love anything Tony Khan ever does.
Yeah.
I think Tony's enthusiasm for wrestling is his best quality. I agree with that 100%. I've always said that. I like that he's a wrestling nerd. I like that too. But attacking fans on social media for engaging and comparing NXT to AEW was a desperate act. Yeah, it's just bad.
Tony Khan reminds me of the movie The Toy with Richard Pryor. Like the little kid. But grown up. He's that kid grown up.
Who's
the real kid in that movie became a porn star, and there's a movie with him boning women. It's disturbing.
Lexar's getting all excited now.
It's sick because he kind of still looks the same. It's like,
What's on your mind, Bruce?
not much.
He's saying what's on his mind. That's the thing.
So, yeah.
I knew nothing about the kid from the toy being a porn star now, but
Oh yeah.
I will say that in the toy, it contains a pinball machine that I do own.
Wow.
God of War, and I have one. So I'm
That's
hoping
cool.
it's one from the actual film, but I kind of doubt it. So, but that
That's
was
cool.
Richard Pryor played my pin.
What's the game? What pinball game?
Mars God of War. It's like a Mars kind of theme. Yeah. God
That's
of War. And
cool.
there's like a big the Mars figure that's on the
Oh.
Mercury coin or whatever. Not the Mercury coin, but the Roman guy.
Mars like the god, like the
Yeah.
Roman god or something.
Yeah. It's
It's
made
got
by
to be an
God.
old pinball machine. That's a pretty old fucking movie.
It's actually as old as me. It's 81. And I brought it
Man.
back to life. It was totally dead when I
It's
got
old
it.
as you.
I brought it back to life.
That's cool.
Man,
Thank
you think
God it's
someone-
not as old as Jack.
I watched that movie like a
It'd be
million
like
times
making
when I
all
was a
these
kid.
bells and stuff. It'd be like bing, 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 bing. It'd be like, oh man, freaking EM machine. Nobody wants those
What the
anymore.
hell are you even talking about? Talk about nerds. Jesus.
Talking about you being old, bitch. When I
Boom!
450
I
splashed
still whoop.
you in the
I
room.
still whoop that ass.
And you forget whenever I freaking picked you up for the big swing and I threw you off the balcony into
Now,
the pool.
Yeah, I'm talking about reality, not these delusions of grandeur.
See, now he's trying to act like it never happened, like everything else. He knows it did. I watched him wringing his clothes out, saying, "Damn, I didn't know you could do that, Incher."
What?
When I threw you into the pool doing the big swing,
So what's on your mind, Mr. Schiavone?
like as he was going around and around and around, he's like, "Please stop kicking my ass, Incher." I was like, "Whoa!"
Oh boy, I don't know why. I don't know if I should say what's on my mind, but that's. For the most part, Incher, I agree with you. You're wrong about Punk, but
You're in the mob, though, Vic. I mean, you think it's all right to smack people around. I mean, that's the life you live. The life that I live, it's not all right to smack people around. That's all I'm saying.
You're the one who's
We're from
for
two
years
different
you've been
worlds,
always
Vic.
talking about wanting to hit everybody.
Well, just
Like,
you.
I'm so tough, I can beat up all them rascals I see on the TV.
I never
if,
said
if
everybody.
Incher was here,
never
if
said
Jack was
everybody.
here, I'd beat him up. And then
I just
then
don't think.
someone wants
I
to
think
hit
a lot
someone,
of them probably
oh,
aren't
that
really
ain't
that tough.
right. And you're talking about shooting people and hitting people.
I never said I shot anybody.
You said you want to?
Who'd I say?
My mom would have called you all you guys damn Yankees
Except outside of
just
LeBlue.
as an insult.
Who have I said I wanted to shoot? LeBlue guy, and is there
Yeah.
anybody else?
I don't know. Probably me several times.
But anyway, this whole Tony
I only
Khan
posted
thing.
that on my ex.
I want to tell you what it reminds me of. When I used to be in the political thing and I was working on campaigns, and one candidate would say something and it would blow up on TV. And oh my gosh, that's the end of the line. It's all over. And then 2 days later, it was totally forgotten because 99% of the people out there couldn't care less. That's kind of the way I feel about this Tony Khan thing. I don't think the majority
I don't
people
agree with
care
that.
less.
I think it's getting pretty. I love AEW, but it's definitely it's not a good feeling about how people
He could
perception
say,
of the company is.
something stupider than that. It wouldn't stop me from watching the show because I like to watch good wrestling.
Jack wants to see Tony Khan roll out like the Undertaker on his bike and be like, "Yeah!" And he's got like a Fred Durst song behind him or something, and he's like, "Yeah, Tony Khan's so badass. I love AEW."
No, I mean you're completely missing the
Oh.
point. But
I think the whole thing was stupid to begin with. All Tony Khan really had to say was, we put our show on the wrong night, and they loaded up our show WrestleMania type talent.
Yeah, it
and
said
only
that. I mean,
beat
both
us
shows
by
look
300,000.
stupid, I think.
That's all he needed to say. He didn't have to go into, and yeah, he may have overdone some things, but it's not going to stop me from watching the show, and I doubt it's going to stop a whole lot of people from watching the show.
We'll see. I think it's the beginning of a downward spiral here. It's not, if he continues down this route, it's not going to be good for the company.
I mean, all they have
I
to
think
do
it's already not been good for the company.
is deliver like a dynamite that hits it out of the park, and all this will be forgotten tomorrow.
I mean, something could happen on AEW tomorrow where it does just smooth all this over. That happens a lot. I mean,
people.
No, I think it
on
also
social media
there's another
obsess about the
part.
dumbest
I
things.
think some of the people on the fence about do I stay in AEW? Do I go to WWE? I think it'll affect their decision. Which is already with Triple H in charge. I think that also helps WWE side of people maybe going back to WWE or going to WWE for the first time. So it's definitely, it used to be there for a while. It was like kind of like everyone would want to go to, given the choice, would go to AEW, but I don't think it's necessarily that way anymore.
well, a lot of things have changed with WWE. I mean,
I just said that.
Vince is if
But
he
all
has in
these
fact
things add
been,
up.
is Vince going to come back again somehow? I mean, you can't keep him away. Somehow he worms his way back in.
I
That's
don't know.
what
I
I'd
think
be worried
Yeah,
about.
I don't know anymore though.
It's like he'll find a loophole somewhere because he's one determined man. That's for sure. You got to give him credit for that. Is he going to have like Saudi Arabia storm the what's that company's name that bought him? Endeavor. He's going to have the Prince take control of Endeavor or something. Maybe the Prince will just buy Endeavor and then elect Vince McMahon as supreme ruler of all of it. You never know.
What's on your mind, Mr. Greek?
I kind of agree with
See, I
Hincher.
actually don't agree with this though, Golgo, either. I mean, that wrestlers just go wherever the biggest money is. There's more to that. There's the amount of time you have to work. Because both companies are going to get a really good offer, so it's not like it's not just money. Honestly, it's because it's not. You also have the chance to make if you're like go to NXT, you get a chance to go bigger. Peace of mind's a big thing, especially with some of the Daniel Bryan didn't leave because of more money. Edge didn't leave for more money. Would MJF leave for more money? Or I think a big part of it would be not just the money, but the opportunity to be on a bigger stage. There's a lot more to it than just who's going to give you more money. Even historically, like
I think to some
guys
wrestlers
left WCW back in the day just because they hated it there.
it's different in every case. I think there are wrestlers who do just want the money, and then there's some that just. I mean, it just.
That's
goes
what I'm
by
saying.
case
There's
by
more
case.
to it. Yeah, right.
Yeah. I mean, I think Daniel Bryan is a person who's not like doing it just for the money. I think
when you have two companies where you're making huge money, either way you go.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, well, do I leave here to get an extra 50,000, whatever,
or just be more happy over here,
right? Yeah,
because
and still make a really good living, like, and maybe work less.
And it's not ran by a rapist who wants to own my name.
Yeah, right. Or just you work a lot. It's like schedule, especially if you're older.
A man who bribed the officials of a city to cover up a murder, pretty much, allegedly. That's what was implied in some documentaries that with the Jimmy Snuka thing. Vince came in and somehow everything just got forgotten. no justice for the family of the who lost, their daughter.
Mm.
There's been, I don't know. I'm not a fan of Vince McMahon anymore. I used to think some of his stuff was funny. I don't think it's funny anymore. He really is a very
No, I'm not
flawed
going to
individual.
disagree. All right. Anything, Mr. else, Tazo?
Nah, man, I was just going to say I kind of agree with Incher a little. I do think that Tony's kind of screwing himself a little bit, making himself kind of look bad. I see on Reddit, people are kind of saying people are a little upset with him, generally speaking. I think I think Twitter is really a tool that I feel journalists and the news and, if you will, the professional class uses. I don't think it's a tool that me and you just saying would generally use. I'm not on Twitter.
I've never been a fan of Twitter.
Right. And we see tweets all the time, right? Because it's the news and
it's not even like people are fixating on Twitter. It's just that's just the place to get your message out there. The idea is what he's saying is bad. It doesn't really matter where he's saying it. He's also saying stuff in interviews.
Here's the thing, though. Is Tony Khan checkmarked? Because maybe it's not even really Tony Khan.
Damn.
Is he paying for the check mark?
I noticed now you have to pay on Facebook to get the check mark too.
Yeah, I was saying that.
It used to be free.
So Facebook and
I tried
Twitter.
to get a check mark, but I couldn't because I didn't want to pay.
Yeah, it's not that
Fuck
important.
that.
Maybe it's some asshole in their basement saying these things, and everybody thinks it's Tony Khan.
But Facebook is my life.
WWE, well, I agree with WWE. I actually do think WWE's a better fit for Jade too. Sting retiring. Yeah, they're saying that might be on Dynamite tomorrow. Sting announcing his retirement.
Yeah, that'd be. I mean,
Whoa.
really, at his age, he probably shouldn't be doing some of the things that he's been doing. I mean,
Yeah,
he's awesome. I love
not the
love
world
it.
title, but I wish he would have got like either tag, especially since they have 2 sets of tag belts and 2 sets of 6-man belts. I would have liked to seen him get a tag or 6-man title in AEW. I think that would have been fun.
Well, I think maybe he's just saying like in a few months he's going to retire.
Yeah,
and
I don't know.
there's
Who knows?
more matches coming up. We'll just have to watch and see what happens with Sting. But I mean, really, who could blame him though? I mean, he's very.
Yeah.
You know what's he in? Is he's like 62 or something like that? Or
your boy is, I guess, just taking off lead announcing on Collision.
who?
Your
Kevin
boy,
Kelly.
Kelly.
Kevin Kelly is not my boy. He
And
is.
it's good.
He's so unexciting.
They made Tony the lead announcer.
I like
Tony Schiavone.
they're like $5.
Well, I'm fine with Tony Schiavone. I mean, I do like Ian Riccaboni. I think he adds to a program, and he kind of like makes it feel like a new thing. You know, I think he helps in that.
Yeah, but he's not even on it.
Yeah, I don't know why they got him buried on Ring of Honor.
Yeah, I don't. I would just bring him there. I don't really like the idea of having Tony on both shows because one of the things I liked about Collision originally was it really felt like a completely different show. And I think when you have so much product on air, it's best to have them feel different. And so Collision and Dynamite felt like 2 different shows. So it was fun to watch both because they were like 2 different things. And the more same they get, I think that makes me a lot more likely to miss one sometimes. Like I haven't, just because like, oh, it's just more of the same show. Where when they were completely different, they really felt like different things. I was more likely to not miss either one.
Yeah. I have missed Collision, and I kind of regret that because I didn't see the Ricky Starks thing.
Yeah, I saw that on YouTube, but yeah, I mean it definitely has felt like a different show without Punk there. Not just of Punk on TV, it feels like a different show.
Do you think the Christian Edge storyline is going to be good, or do you think it's kind of not?
It didn't do good. It didn't do good ratings, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Edge can have sex with Christian. like a live sex scene, like they did in WWE.
I think
Or maybe
that
they
would
could have
be,
sex with Bruce's Sting doll.
What do you think his eyes would really be bulging out when he's like he's
Damn.
finally getting Christian? It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, Christian Cage.
Let's see. We got some questions here.
Woo!
Is Toronto Stevie leaving us with our dicks in our hands for the Raw
think so.
report? That's what's going on.
What's this?
His wife probably
Jack.
like,
Hey, Jack, I bought all the marshmallows you wanted. I can't wait for you to come over. I know you love to stuff your mouth with marshmallows when you masturbate. Hell yeah, that's a
Well.
pretty good time.
Hey, I seen
Who
John
doesn't?
Cena. I seen John Cena was buying some marshmallows from Australia.
Really? You think he was jacking off with them?
Whoa.
It was funny though because we did the same joke, but it turned out to be John Cena Senior. Like when we said John Cena was going to be on the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but where is John Cena? We need to get him back on because like I don't see him anymore since
I
Dan
actually saw him
passed
at
away.
Dynamite.
Was he at Dynamite?
Not like right now, not like this week, but when I was at Dynamite in Boston, I saw him there.
That's pretty cool that he'd actually go out to an AEW show
Yeah.
and watch it as a fan. You know, I mean, I think John Cena Senior is awesome.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. He's on the show. I did an
Spring
angle
back
with him at a local show.
Mm-hmm. And I want some of his marshmallows because they look good.
Dang.
Not in the way that this guy was talking about marshmallows.
What's
The
that?
marshmallows
Name's
into the
Heather.
microwave and microwave them. They'll
You
just
gotta,
like,
put 'em on this, you gotta put them on those skewers that Lexar sticks in his head.
yeah.
That's
Wow.
what someone should do.
This
in a
is what
death
this is
match.
for.
That's
Like,
what they should do in a death match, Lexar. They stick all the skewers in their head,
Whoa.
okay? Put marshmallows at the end, and then they have like a fire pit, and they're sticking the
In your
guy's head in the
eyeball.
fire, and the marshmallows are all
No.
toasted on the end of the skewer.
that's
No
what it's gonna
fire
look like.
pit. They got to have a burning table.
What are you thinking? We want fire, and then they start toasting the marshmallows off the
Mhm.
skewers on the guy's head.
Dude,
And then they can-
That's a spot, Tazo.
And then they can take them out and pass them to the fans. And they
Hell
can eat the
yeah,
marshmallows.
yeah, that'd be sweet. I could see Lexar eating the toasted
Yeah.
marshmallow off a skewer sticking out of the head of Schlock.
put it out of
That'd
his
be sweet.
butthole
Damn, that'd be sweet.
at the deathmatch place. They do it.
I'll give that recommendation to Masada if I see him.
Do it up.
Have them have flaming skewers out the butthole. That'd be
Damn.
cool.
Is Masada still dating Christina Von Erie? Have we
think
seen
so. I'm not sure.
her married?
You know what? I think they're doing the old whoopa whoopa whoopa.
There you go. That could be it.
But I hope he's keeping his fingers crossed so he doesn't get cooties. Those girls are icky.
Looks like Heather wants to.
Yeah, wear a condom. Yeah.
Boom, Heather, yeah.
Heather's dirty bitch.
Heather girl, dirty Heather talking about edging over here.
Stay away from needles too.
The
You'll
hell
get
you
diseases.
doing?
This is a
You're
pen
getting
from
Tazo all excited. You see
This
the
from-
needles and
Halloween store. It's like a ballpoint
you're
pen.
buying needles from the Halloween
Is that how
store.
Taze looks when he's excited? Oh, man.
God, you're bringing. He's gonna fall off the wagon. Mahabali Shahir hungry for a bigger role in wrestling, says AEW reached out to him 2 years ago. Who?
Is that Shanky? Is it Shanky?
Mahabali Shira?
Shira? Is it Shira? Is it,
Yeah,
Shanky's
I don't
partner?
know. Just say yeah.
Yeah, that sounds great to me.
Thoughts on Cody Reigns?
Bring up somebody we actually know who they are.
Thoughts on the Cody Reigns confrontation on SmackDown?
I didn't see it.
It's fucking
I'm,
sweet.
Vic, you watch SmackDown pretty regularly. Did you see it?
I saw the replay of it. It was just, I don't want to see Cody beat Roman Reigns ever. So
No, me neither.
So I'm kind of prejudiced just watching that. It's like, get this guy out of
So
here.
we're still not going to get The Rock. By the time we get Rock versus Reigns, he's going to be like 65.
I'd still rather watch that than Cody.
So now that the strike is over, is like
it's not over? So
it's
the
not
writers'
over.
the writers' strike
Right,
is over.
not
The actors'
I saw LA Knight talking with Roman Reigns.
Mm-hmm. I heard about
Did that happen after Cody Rhodes thing?
I'm not sure.
I think that just happened.
I seen like somebody was talking about seeing Roman in the glasses or something, said that was like cinematic genius for wrestling. But I'm a huge LA Knight fan. I love him, but
I saw that. Yeah,
Roman speared LA Knight to end the show.
That was last week.
They're setting up Roman and LA Knight at Blood Money is what they're doing.
It seems too early though, because the guy's on the rise right now. You know.
Well, I mean, last Blood Money they had Logan Paul wrestling Roman, so
he's not going to beat him. So
yeah, that's the thing. It's like he's really rising, and like he's.
Do you think that audience will just think he is like The Rock or Steve Austin?
Maybe.
Probably.
They'll get confused.
At least Lex Luger.
There's something wrong with that LA Knight thing, though, isn't there? Like you do feel like he's actually copying. I mean, he obviously is parodying them in a way, and the fans do like it. Do you think it's because fans just like?
They're obsessed with nostalgia, like Lexar. Do you think? You know what though? See, I'm too. We're probably all too young to know, but like back in the day, were there fans who thought that about Ric Flair? Like this guy's just he's just
I'm
being
sure.
Buddy Rogers out here.
I'm sure.
I think
Gorgeous George or whatever.
I mean, it was
they
legit
say,
the
like-
Nature Boy. He took the Nature Boy name.
It just goes back to the old saying: imitation is a sincerest form of flattery. But I mean, he's taking stuff from Austin, taking stuff from The Rock.
Yeah, there's a difference between like
he's making it his own, and he handles it.
Yeah. I've not really seen him, so I don't know. But
He's like.
I'm sorry, Bruce.
Oh,
I think
go
he's
ahead.
too old. I think he's just too old. I know that age isn't really a thing in wrestling, but first, I
how
think
old
he's kind
is
of
he?
old.
Like 87?
I think he's in his 40s.
He did be pretty boss if
He can represent like the middle-aged man. He was wearing like the tightest pants I've ever seen. It's like
Did you see the outline of?
that's all I was looking at. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's all I was looking at.
Bruce.
I got some pictures like
It's
that.
like, damn,
with
that
skinny
zipper's gonna
jeans on.
bust.
I used to send him an intro. I'm like, look at these skinny jeans intro. And see my an intro. Like, yeah, hell yeah.
I don't recall the hell yeah.
Jojo Brown, Your Life is Calling says, you guys talked about Nick Aldis debuting. Yes, we did.
We did. We think it's whack that they made him a GM.
The real
Do
Nature
you guys
Boy.
feel the same?
Woo!
Do you guys think it's kind of shitty that they made Nick Aldis a GM? I mean,
Well, it's like when they made Mr. Perfect like a manager or like an announcer or whatever, or manager.
Well, he was hurt.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
he was
they don't
actually in the
have to
company
make.
though as a wrestler.
Yeah, well, like Nick
Nick
Aldis.
Aldis has never even been in the WWE, so you just bring him in as a GM. It's very strange.
It's a huge legend.
Yeah, as a wrestler, it's like
Well, you're talking about the same company that wanted Adam Cole to not wrestle. So.
Right, that's very true. Bidge or Budge or something.
I'm telling you, the
I
guy's
will
a
say though, he is pretty injury prone. I mean, how many times has he been injured in AEW? I mean, this is like his
Adam
third injury, isn't it?
Cole is
This last
injury.
one was just kind of. I will say this last one's very fluky.
Yeah.
Just run down the ring. And
He just jumped off of the apron or the stage and screwed his
foot
leg up
gets
on that.
stuck
I
in
mean,
a
I
crack
hate
or
it for the
something.
guy, but I mean, he has been out a lot. I mean, it sucks, and I know he wants to go, but
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it goes back to what I was telling him, the great advice: steroids. Get some
Probably get
steroids.
hurt even more so at that point.
I saw Adam Cole
Probably be all
get
jacked.
injured. I saw Adam Cole get injured live.
Did you
I
hit him
was
in the
there.
leg with a bat?
Mm.
I was sitting up in the upper deck seat, so no.
You took an upper decker?
That's sweet. You have to perch. Because you don't want to sit on the back because it'll break off and then you're fucked.
Incher's always been an upper
Cut your
decker.
ass.
I could just see you like back in the day. Somebody like, I got some cards here. It's the upper deck. And you're like, you took an upper decker?
I think I've heard a crack before and I'd like get up. I've done it.
Really? I've never
Yeah.
heard anyone actually do it. Weird.
No,
What,
I
at
think-
your own house or like where?
Yeah, you do it to yourself. That's the way to do it.
Like, why would you do that? I don't understand why somebody would just take the top of the toilet off and then shit in the top. I mean,
Because you don't live there.
You're just being an asshole, basically, Incher.
but why? I mean, like, that's
because
like
then
a
they
horrible
then they
thing to
gotta
do.
then they gotta like fish it out.
Yeah.
Mainly because you're like a teenager and then you heard it and then you're like, wow, that's a great idea. And then you do it.
I just do it right on top Incher's forehead. Yeah, this is my
That's called something else, right?
I'm sure there's another name for that.
good time. I call it.
Shit. It wouldn't happen anyways. I just
I remember
overpowered that.
doing it at the in
and
the
then I'd poop
fan
on his
fest.
forehead.
Sleeping on the blow up bed.
No.
Because I do word of the day, I've like looked up phrases and
And you just
things
kept
have come back
snoring
as
and you
like
accidentally just
shit
swallowed it, I think.
phrases.
No,
like-
that wasn't the case. It was
And you were like, and you just went back to sleep.
No, it's like
Well, I remember.
that was the time whenever I was like, man, I really got to go to the bathroom, but Troy's in there, and you're like, just do it in my mouth, Incher. And I was like,
Is this
no, I
like,
can't do
is
that.
this
to you,
like
Jack."
I'm rubber, you're glue? Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you.
Now you know the name of the game, motherfucker.
I know you are, but what am I? Favorite Robert Redford movie?
Oh, I got a ton of Robert Redford films I like.
Really?
Robert Redford, he has just left a body of work that is timeless.
Is he dead?
He did. I wish he would have said his because it's probably,
Probably.
Like some dumbass movie.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
That's a good one.
So there you go. That's my favorite Robert Redford movie. And he looks like totally different when he was young than what he does as an old
Well,
man.
most people do.
Well, he looks like almost a different person though. It's hard to like tell that's the same dude.
He was the original Brad Pitt. He was like what Brad Pitt was like copying. They were at Hollywood, in my eyes.
Maybe The Sting.
Yep.
Sting.
And George Clooney was like the Paul Newman.
Yeah.
I liked Sneakers.
You mean he used to make popcorn?
Sneakers. Yeah.
Jeremiah
And
Johnson.
dressing. George Clooney makes some kind of food. I'm gonna look that up. No, I saw him on a Nescafe commercial. I'm like, what the fuck? George Clooney must have like divorced some lady, and now he has to get Nescafe commercials. Like, what the fuck? He's like a billionaire. He probably got alimonied out the ass by that like senator lady, or that she was like a foreign diplomat from a different country.
I think he's still
Yeah.
married to her. He's still married to that bitch.
Yeah, I'm not
Blackmailed.
George Clooney's marital status. I know he was going
I want to see if
Stacey
he made
Keebler.
frozen pizza or something. Yeah, that was cool.
That was weird. Him boning Stacy Keebler. It's like,
Dustin Nance says hello. Hello, Dustin. Yeah, Dustin. Dustin Nance.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dustin Nance. Yeah. Dustin Nance.
Yeah, when he was dating Stacy Keebler, he always had a big smile on his face too in
Well,
the
who
pictures.
wouldn't?
I know, it was hilarious. Nobody knew who she was.
Oh, I knew she was.
Well, you watch wrestling all the time.
Yeah, but they'd be like, well, that's one hot babe. Bound for Glory predictions.
Hancock.
Do you think she ever told George Clooney about the time she was with David Blair?
This here is my story. Ha! Bound for Glory. Funk Brothers, Terry Doria. Whoo! They were bound for glory. Shout out to William Morey. Woo! Bound for glory.
I like your
Our
Ford.
women here kind of hoary. Woo! Bound for glory.
You
These
sing that,
matches Mikey Gory. Woo! Bound for glory.
Are you trying to be the Tiny Tim of wrestling radio?
But this here is our story. Woo! Bound for glory.
Bam.
Did you sing that to Annabelle and the rest of the crew at the Book
I
of
sing
Fell
it.
Festival?
I sing it everywhere. Fucking. I did not do karaoke. There was a karaoke Saturday night at the Brooklyn Horror Film Festival. We did not go.
Sweet.
She wanted to go, but this is the thing about karaoke. This is what I learned. So 1 year at karaoke, I sang Monster Mash at Boston Underground Film Festival, and I got off stage like, God damn, that was awesome. Everyone's like, yeah, and they put it on their Instagram. It's all true. This isn't some bullshit story like Intra makes up. And then the next year,
Stories are 100% fact.
at that same convention, at the same festival, Boston Underground Film Festival, I sang the same song. I got off stage like, God damn, that sucked. But everyone had the same reaction from last time. Oh my God, that was great. Blah, blah. The difference was the year before, I was fucking drunk out of my mind. The next year, I was stone cold sober. So I came to the conclusion once I stopped drinking, sober karaoke sucks. You've got to be blitzed to enjoy karaoke. So since I'm a sober man, I cannot karaoke anymore. It's just not.
So all the people who were praising you were blitzed.
Yeah, the difference was they were still drunk, but I was not.
Well, you could consider your audience. If everyone's drunk, you could just
That
fuck
is
with
the
them.
whole point. That if you're drunk, karaoke is fun. If you're sober, it is not.
I don't drink anymore, but I want to karaoke at some point. Hopefully. I just like singing in public and
No,
You like
not
Danny
good.
the
No,
freak.
William Morey's a good man. He was back on the show, remember? And he's all over YouTube's.
He's all over you.
Mhm. He's like a YouTube star.
Paul Newman has some good salad dressing, and Golga loves to toss the salad.
I think the Thousand Island they make is pretty good. The Newman's Own.
well,
Yeah.
Thousand Island.
Hell yeah. What? You don't like Thousand Island? You going all Longhorn on me? Longhorn's about to get some Thousand Island, bitch. So,
The fuck you talking
Booyaka,
about?
619.
What the hell are you even talking about now?
Longhorn Steakhouse. They don't have Thousand Island, but they're about to get it. I just found that out. Because my hillbilly ass was asking for the Thousand Island. And they're like, hey, listen, hillbilly, you're going to get some Thousand Island soon. I'm like, hell yeah. And then Jericho was, he's like, fuck yeah. Not let me throw my belt around and not take it anywhere.
What?
And then he lost it. Lost his belt at the Longhorn again.
He couldn't pull his pants up?
What?
With no belt, he couldn't keep his pants up.
I meant his title, his championship.
Oh, Vince McMahon
Remember-
does not like the word belt.
Oh,
I would
yeah.
love to meet Bailey in person sometime. I'd
I
love
have.
to see her fine ass in person, Patrick Hell says.
I have. I haven't met her.
Oh, yeah?
I have met her. Yeah, while my buddy and I were driving, we saw Bailey in her car going to the next town. So we like drove
So
up
you were
there.
stalking her?
What?
saying?
I wouldn't call that stalking. We just
You followed her?
We weren't stuck. We just followed her in her car to her
Yeah, but
hotel.
we didn't fall to the next interstate. She went her route, and we went to ours.
We only
to our
followed her
home
a little bit.
after a show.
it was just a little. I mean, come on. We only break in and entered a little bit. I mean, we just looked around and then we left. I mean,
You got it.
Patrick Al says, I respect women for being people.
just find her cute.
You're lying, Patrick. You are a liar, sir.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I kind of agree with Lexar.
I think he's telling the truth.
I agree with
Lexar. Young man. All right, so here we are with our Bound for Glory predictions.
Hell yeah. Let's see if we know any of these people.
PCO. A little PCO. Versus Rhino, who's still kicking.
PCO.
Versus
PCO.
Steve Macklin. Versus Moose, who used to have a lot of buzz, and he went to Impact, and then you never heard from him again. In a Monsters Ball match.
I'm with PCO, baby.
Hell yeah. PCO, I like PCO.
Are you doing this Bound for Glory thing because you owe Impact for using their song?
I invented that song, bitch. I think they should use the song that I wrote. They should, if they would use my song, people would actually know Impact.
What if they brought you out for a live performance?
That'd be sweet.
Well, it's the age of the internet. You could record it and put it on TikTok.
Would you have to get drunk to do it? Or would it be like
because this isn't karaoke, this is music. Karaoke is singing someone else's tune. This is art.
Maybe AEW will bring out DJ Curly Bear.
What will you do if you
like,
tune into Dynamite and you're like, I love my Tony Khan, and then you outwalk DJ Curly Bear singing, give me that fat ass, I never pass, I never pass.
Who would you be singing into the ring though? Like,
damn fine ass, I never pass.
They might as well though. I mean, some of the rappers they get, God only knows who the fuck these guys are. It's
who
like,
would be a good? Well, who would I sing? Like Paige? Maybe?
Oh, Bailey.
Yeah, but if she jumped ship.
Yeah, she'd have to jump ship to go to AEW.
What do you think of this team, like Tazo? It's White Chocolate Jackie Jones and Black Vanilla Jackson, Jonathan Jackson. Now that is a hell of a tag
Black
team.
Vanilla, hell yeah.
Yeah, Black Vanilla and the White
Sounds
Chocolate.
tasty.
Boom.
I mean, wait.
Ebony and Ivory, me and Jonathan Jackson.
Ebony and Ivory go together in perfect harmony. Side by side on my piano keyboard. Oh Lord, why don't we?
You are black and I am white.
People are the same wherever
It's like
you
this
go.
piece of white bread and
There's good and bad in
Anyway.
everyone. Learn to live, learn to love each other if we want to survive together alive.
Is that one of those beheaded babies you have there? Oh, wait a minute. We're not supposed to talk about politics, right?
no, it's a king cake baby.
Is that a little incher?
Yeah, it's like where you eat a cake, a bunt cake, basically.
A butt cake.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
a
butt
king
baby?
cake, a king cake in Mardi Gras, and then you try not to like eat it and swallow it because it's like tiny.
Yeah, you don't want to eat babies. Oh, you're
I was
gonna
always
get
afraid I'd
Tazo
break
all
my
over your
tooth
ass.
on it.
Fucking
Yeah,
we
you have to
worship
eat
Moloch
lightly.
over here?
You have to nibble.
What are you,
I
Lady
need to make a
Gaga?
Moloch
down,
board
and then you
game
end up
where
with
the
a cat,
like
yeah.
you. That would be a fun board game to make Tazo. It's like a Moloch board game, and you got to try to like throw as many babies into the pit of fire as you can.
Yeah, I love it. I love
Oh
it.
my
man.
god!
Literally what's happening over there.
It'd be
in
like the
Gaza
ants
Strip.
in the pants game. You remember back when you were kids, and like you'd have little ants.
You
in
could
the
do
house?
cornhole.
Whoa!
See, because there's a hole, a
Now you're
pit,
talking Intra's language.
and then you just throw it,
Yeah, I see.
and then they just anyway.
But it's all games. It's not reality. Patrick Howell, I'm telling the truth. I respect women as people. All right, buddy. We believe you.
All right, buddy.
I didn't. I agreed with Lexar.
Man. See, Intra don't even think that women are people.
No, I'm
He thinks
saying
they're like property.
I don't think that Patrick Howell would want nothing to
Are
do with
women
Bailey.
considered people in West Virginia? Do they have rights?
What I'm saying is,
I mean,
don't
in
think-
some parts, like,
Can they use Twitter
sorry.
like Tony Khan?
I believe what Lexar was saying. He's saying that there was some ulterior motives to what Patrick Howell was saying, and I agree with him. I agree with Lexar. Unlike what Jack was trying to do, put words in my mouth.
I think Patrick Howell he's the most respectful man. He does not see the big voluptuous booty on Bailey. He just sees a human being. His eyes are blind to the booty.
He says here, I would like to know her as a
Exactly. He wants to sit down, drink some root beer, go to the malt shop.
make a
She's gonna-
float.
She's gonna think he's a
like
puss.
what kind of
She's gonna
colors
think he's
she
a
likes,
puss.
what kind of book she's into. What have you been reading lately, Bailey?
We could have had his ex, Aaron
What
Solo.
interests you, Bailey? What are
Wasn't
you
she
into?
reading like
You play
a?
some Parcheesi?
She was reading a book that was like.
Oh
discussed
yeah,
on the
yeah.
internet
the
recently.
Cleveland book guy.
What was it? Was it the E.M. McGinnis book or something like that?
No,
Or-
it's that guy. What's the guy? I don't even know why it was a big deal, but it's a guy. Yeah, Tazo, I'm sure loves him. The guy who always tells people to clean their room.
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Lobsters,
yeah.
lobsters. Yeah, Jordan Peterson. My man, Jordan Peterson. He's the best.
He moisturizes,
remember,
I can tell.
Wash your cock and clean your room, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, gentlemen and ladies.
I like that.
MK Ultra, Killer Kelly, and Masha Slamovich versus Diana Perazzo and Tasha Steeles for the Impact Knockout World Tag Team Championship.
I'm going to go Diana Perazzo on this.
Damn, I'm going to say we're all winners in this one because this is gonna be fucking fantastic. And I respect everyone in that ring as people.
Toronto, Stevie.
Wow, the intro just popped up. Whoops. Are we just going to finish our predictions for Bound for Glory?
I
and then we'll
bet
get
Stevie's strapped for time. He might have to do
Well,
the
he's gotta
Raw
wait.
report. You
The
gotta wait.
Rascals of Trey Miguel and Zachary Vance.
They still
versus-
doing the Rascals?
Of course, they would never stop that gimmick. Versus the
They should have like a story about like the one rascal who died like a horrible death when he went to the
Alfalfa?
other one. Yeah, but like they
That
could
would be
do
really
like their own version.
topical if they had a faction that was like Alfalfa and Spanky.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, the kids love Alfalfa.
Did he get poked with a needle with poison on it or something? Like a 1920s death?
Lexa, are you a big
Oh.
Spanky and the Gang fan?
No.
What?
Oh, you never watched The Little Rascals?
Nope. I never watched it. Ever.
Damn.
If you watch the Little Rascals, then Jack will watch the Water Boy. Is that a deal?
I don't care if you watch it. I haven't watched The Waterboy either.
See, like, yeah, high five, Lexar.
Movie marathon.
Ooh. The Rascals are wrestling ABC. Ace
That's
Austin
Chris
and Chris
Bay and,
Bay. Who gives
Hell yeah.
a fuck? I don't know.
I'll go
I'm gonna say ABC. ABC. Easy as 1, 2, 3.
I'll go the Rascals.
Boy, you're crazy.
Even though I don't know any of them hardly anymore except for Trey Miguel.
But what about this? The Call Your Shot Gauntlet. It's a 20-person intergender call your shot gauntlet. The winner receives a trophy and a contract they can invoke at any time within 1 year for a championship match of their choosing. So it's, in other words, it is the Money in the Bank.
I'm going to go with Schlack on that one.
Whoa!
Is he in Santa Impact?
He's going to enter. It's going to be a surprise appearance.
Lexar looks excited. Lexar, you look excited, man. You're like, "Ooh, Schlack is on Impact, baby."
That's not a prediction. That's a spoiler.
I'm saying Tessa Blanchard returns and she takes it.
Oh yeah.
Trinity versus Mickey James for the Impact Knockouts World Championship.
I predict that Jimmy Uso is going to interfere some way, shape, or form.
I say Mickey James takes it, Incher.
I'm going to go Trinity all the way on this one. Trinity.
Chris Sabin. Chris Sabin? He's still
Seth
alive?
Sabin.
Versus Kenta. Kenta's
Wow.
in Impact?
I guess so. That should be interesting to see.
For the Chris Sabin still the X Division champion for like 25 years now?
No, they've switched before. He hasn't even been in Impact that long.
Good
He's
Lord.
been there and gone. I mean,
What the hell's with this other match? Will Ospreay. What's he doing going to Impact?
He's an Impact?
Man. Will Ospreay versus Mike Bailey.
Mike Bailey. I'm going to go Ospreay on that one.
Yeah, that's a weird one. And then for the world heavyweight champion, Alex Shelley is the champion?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Versus Josh Alexander.
I'll go Alex Shelley.
Yeah, I think Alex is going to take it. Jackson says Lexar's more of a spanking and gangbang fan. Whoa!
More spanking and less gangbanking, though.
Whoa.
All right.
Spank the
John
stripper
Brown, he says, I gave Jack $10 to buy the water boy. What streaming services are you on, Jack?
Every goddamn one of them.
Can I like gift you a copy of the Water Boy on YouTube?
All right, go
Just
for it.
send it to you.
Sure.
Give him a DVD, better. It will last a lifetime.
You can watch it over and over. You got to see Captain Insano.
Man.
All right.
Jeez. Can't believe you.
Is it time once again?
Dude, I looked up Trinity's age. Well, Trinity, and it said her age. Do you know how old she is?
I don't see age.
She's 51 years old.
I think that's
That's a
another
different-
Trinity. I
yeah.
think that's not Trinity.
Naomi. It's Naomi.
She's not that old. No way.
Dude, look it up.
Correct.
Look it up.
Looked
That's
it up.
impossible.
She's 35.
No, she's 35, man.
Really?
Yeah, I think you're on a bad site.
Wait a minute,
And we, after our 2 hours, or 2 hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No fucking Incher.
I'm saying nothing. Not saying anything.
I'm gonna check out before this starts. Unfortunately, that's
Look at Vic. Look at Vic interrupting the Stevens Raw.
no. That's when I have. That's when I have to get up. So I'm
Damn,
leaving.
he's like, I've
Alrighty,
already
Vic.
had enough of this shit. Didn't even start.
Take it easy, Vic.
See you,
We
Vic.
love you. Bye
See you,
bye.
Vic. You're a good man, Vic. No matter what, Incher's always messaging me about you. Like I
never
am not
missed
standing
you
for
anything.
I know, because I try to talk to Incher off air, and he's like, "Shut the fuck up, asshole." I'm like, "Oh, I'm just wanting to try."
He
to
never takes my
conversation."
cues either. He just keeps going. It's like I think I'm being
That's the
pretty
abuse
straight
I
to the
get.
point.
See this Tazo? I'm trying to be a good man, but Incher, he big times me.
There's no big time.
Big
Well, you
time.
got 3 minutes, Steven.
Do it. Raw happened. People did stuff. Lexar had enough too. He's like, fuck the Raw report.
Check it
I
on.
gotta go drop a log in my pants
Hopefully there's no blood.
and stick a fucking skewer in my head.
Well, it's the season premiere of Monday Night Raw.
Hell yeah.
Season premiere.
They're really doing that?
In
Season
October?
premiere?
Well, they got a late start.
Does it ever stop? Isn't there a show every week? How can
Yes.
it be seasons?
Well, that's what they had. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And guess what? We get no Michael Cole on this show. Kevin Patrick is back.
Kevin Patrick. The Irish dude?
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's with Wade Barrett. So you got
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Bad news, Barrett. Yeah. So, so they do a recap of what the show is going to be about, and then Sami Zayn comes out, and he's wearing a Kevin Owens shirt. Now, the 1 week that I missed SmackDown, I guess on SmackDown they revealed who the talent from Raw going over to SmackDown is, and I was wrong. I will admit I was wrong. It wasn't Cody. It was actually Kevin Owens.
Ah.
Yeah.
So they broke up Sammy and Kevin?
Yep. That's right.
Jeez.
Again?
So Sammy is in, and
Vince just had to fuck Kevin one last time before he left. He's like, let's break up Sammy and Kevin one last time, and then I'm gone.
So he basically talks about, Kevin going over to SmackDown, and he says he's got some mixed emotions. I guess he's a little upset that because of this free agent stuff or whatever, this trade of Jey Uso coming over to Raw, and means his tag team partners going over to SmackDown. But that's to be continued later on. Now, as Sammy is in the ring by himself, then the Judgment Day comes down, and it's Finn, Damian, Dominic, and I think Rhea was whipping with him, but there was no JD McDonough on this show this week. So they're noticing that Sammy is all by himself, and so they surround the ring, and it looks like that Sammy is going to get attacked by all these guys when, at the very last minute, Jey Uso runs down to the ring with a couple of chairs, and he gives one to Sami Zayn, and they basically hold off the Judgment Day with the two chairs. Okay, so we get Nakamura speaking Japanese when it's announced that there's going to be a Falls Count Anywhere match of Nakamura versus Ricochet. And after the commercial break, there's a brief backstage segment with Sammy and Jay. They're still trying to mend fences. And then we get a very entertaining Falls Count Anywhere match, Ricochet and Shinsuke Nakamura.
Do it up!
Yeah. So they're brawling in the ring. They're brawling outside the ring at ringside. And
Bam!
This actually, this went into the crowd. I think at one point it did go into the crowd briefly. Actually, I think even Nakamura fell down the concrete steps.
Did he?
I think I don't know if he hurt himself, but he eventually, at ringside, I think he hit the Kinshasa on Ricochet at near the announce table and pinned him.
1, 2, 3, out of here, punk.
Yeah, winner on the floor.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Shinsuke Nakamura. So we get and Now, you remember a while back they brought up all these NXT talents? Like,
Yeah, bring them up. Put the straps on them.
now it seems that we see more of them in backstage segments than we actually see them in the ring. There's like, Tegan Knox, with the exception of Tegan Knox, they've actually been giving her matches. But these other two girls, Katana Chance and Kaden Carter, yes, they've had a couple of matches on TV, but they seem relegated now to backstage segments. And surprisingly, Nikki Cross is also relegated to backstage segments, and she doesn't even get any matches. So she's just sitting there in the background watching.
Damn.
So we get all these girls have a backstage segment when they're interrupted by Chelsea Green and Piper Niven. And basically Piper is going to have a match later on against Natty Neidhart. And actually, after a video package and I think we get an announcement that Gunther will defend the Intercontinental.
Gunther! Houston!
We get Piper Niven versus Natty Neidhart, and Piper quite literally squashes Natty, just uses her weight and cross-bodies her and pins her.
Poor Natty, she's getting squashed by that loser.
Yep.
I know Taz was a big fan of Piper Niven, but
I actually kind of am, but whatever.
Yeah, he's got a freaking back tattoo.
So they attack Natty after the match when Tegan Knox I think it was Tegan Knox who made the save. So this little feud continues. So we get a backstage segment, another backstage segment with Finn Balor and Damian Priest. Now Damian Priest, I don't know, it was like he was talking about Drew McIntyre because Drew's got the title match against Rollins at Blood Money. So I don't know where that's going, but speaking of Seth Rollins, he's got another funny. Was he dancing around and singing and all that, doing the usual Seth Rollins stuff? Anyway, we go to a commercial break, come back, and I think Rollins does his usual spiel, promoting the Crown Jewel match. It does the whole Monday Night Rollins and the singing and all that stuff. Again, if you missed it the last 1,000 times, he'll do it another 1,000 more. This time he calls out Drew McIntyre, and Drew McIntyre comes down to the ring, and it's just the two of them in the ring talking. And a halfway decent talking segment. Drew basically, again explaining he's not going to help out Rollins all the time, but he does want that. He blew his last chance. I think he's actually blown a few chances. One was against Gunther, and I think didn't he also lose to Roman? I can't even remember. I know Gunther beat him recently.
Beat that ass.
Yeah. So next up we get did we get Adam Pearce at this point? I think Adam Pearce was running around backstage. There was something about Rollins was showing footage of Drew talking to Rhea Ripley during a segment with Adam Pearce and Ricochet from last week. And he's basically saying that McIntyre is up to something. I guess it. Again, I don't like talking segments. This did go on for a while, we go from Judgment Day and all that stuff and Rollins to Imperium. So Gunther, like I said, they promote what I thought should have been the main event tonight, but it wasn't. Gunther against Bronson Reed. But before we get that, we get Ludwig Kaiser taking on Johnny Gargano. And it was Ludwig getting the win, beating up Johnny Gargano. I didn't even bring Johnny back, but anyway. So we get Becky Lynch. So Becky Lynch is confronted by Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae. So I guess it's Indy wants a title match against Becky. And I think Lynch says she'll go to Adam Pearce and see if they can make the match. And of course they do. Pearce does make the match later on. We get a backstage segment with Drew McIntyre and Sami Zayn. Sami is. I don't know if this is like the start of the Sami Zayn singles push. I don't know if this is going to end up like this is going to be a future opponent for Rollins, but we'll see. But now, the past several weeks, you've seen these all the women like Rhea Ripley and Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler and Raquel Rodriguez, Zoe Stark. Is that 5? Am I missing somebody? They've all been like fighting each other, and we get a non-title match of Rhea versus Shayna, but it's interrupted by all of these women. It's hard to keep track of all this. I think it was Nia who interfered first. Raquel ran down to the ring, and then Zoe Stark was the last person to run into the ring. And all these women just basically started beating each other up again. And this time it was I think it was Zoe who was the last woman standing. Basically they announced that at Blood Money they're gonna have a fatal 5-way. All 5 of these women are gonna fight each other for the Raw Women's title, or whatever Raw Women World title, or whatever the belt is called these days. I think this is a big mistake. I think you're blowing your load on one match with these 5 women. It would be great if it was like an elimination chamber match and you had like 6 women, all these 6 women, but this is just this. I mean, I'd rather see like Rhea taking on all these women one-on-one. You have all these challengers, but you're getting 5 women at Blood Money. So you get the backstage segment with Adam Pearce and Rhea Ripley, and Becky Lynch, the NXT champion. When who shows up but Jade Cargill? So basically, she just basically has this face-to-face with Becky Lynch. Okay, next up we get a woman named Jackie is backstage with the undisputed tag team champions of Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso, promoting their main event tonight against the Judgment Day. This was the main event of the show. I felt this next match should have been the main event. I actually enjoyed it more than the main event. We get an Intercontinental Championship match. The ring general Gunther defending the title against Big Bronson Reed. And these were 2 big guys just beating the crap out of each other, and damn, it was good. You had Bronson Reed trying to hit the salami smash on Gunther, but Gunther would thwart it. And then eventually you had Gunther trying to hit his power bomb on Big Bronson Reed, but he's just like really big. It took him a couple of tries, but eventually Gunther, I think Reed did try to go for the salami again, but Gunther was able to get out of it, and then he eventually picked up Big Bronson Reed, power bombed him, and pinned him, and retained the Intercontinental title. I give this match a thumbs up. This was a thumbs up match.
Big thumbs up.
Next up, we get a woman named Jackie interviewing The Miz. This was the only appearance of The Miz. He starts to talk, and he's basically upset that this is the season premiere of Monday Night Raw, and you started the show with Sami Zayn. You didn't start it with me. And that's about all he had to say, because at this point, Nia Jax walks up, and Miz, perfect cowardly heel. He just backs away and lets Nia, I think, grab the microphone and take over. And Nia just basically cuts a promo on all the other women. And when Miz comes back, he's got this weird look on his face, and he tries to resume his promo, but a woman named Jackie just cuts him off and says, "We're out of time." And that's the end of that. We get a backstage segment with Adam Pearce, and so he's talking to somebody over the phone. We don't know who it is, but Rhea Ripley basically comes and gets in his face, and she's upset. And so basically, I think this is where they made the 5-way match. Yeah, I think this is where they made the 5-way match official before they walked off. So Rhea wants all of these women, wants to face all these women all at once. Again, I think it's a big mistake, but oh well. Speaking of coming off of the milk cartons, Jinder Mahal and his tag team, Indashir. They've been gone so long, I can't even remember who is in Indashir. Is it Veer and somebody else?
Shanky?
No, Shanky got released.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't even remember who these guys are. Anyway.
I don't know the other one's name. I think I remember the group now that you bring it up. Is it the one that's Jinder Mahal's managing?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one, right?
That's good. Jackie Jones, thank you for your.
But anyway, they're still employed. They still got jobs.
Very right. Very true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we get a backstage segment with Maxine Dupree, the Alpha Academy, and Akira Tozawa. And we get promoting next week. We get so next week they talk about Drew McIntyre will take on Sami Zayn. Becky Lynch will defend her NXT title against Indy Hartwell, and there will be an appearance by Logan Paul. He comes back.
Oh yeah?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you're all looking forward to that.
Yeah. Logan Paul.
Okay. Next up, we get Gunther is backstage, and he says that he compliments Ludwig, saying you did a good job in your match tonight, but Giovanni, you did not. He's still mad at Giovanni Vinci. So I guess he still says that Giovanni is Kaiser's responsibility, and walks away. So next up we get if you missed the previous main events of these guys, here's yet another one. For the undisputed tag team titles, the tag team champions main event Jey Uso and the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes taking on the Judgment Day, Finn Balor and Damian Priest. And again, like shampoo, lather, rinse, repeat for about the 1000th time. We get interference by Dirty Dom. We get no McDonough this week, but when it looks like Jey Uso is got this in the bag, I think he was on the ring apron, and now I don't know whether his brother Jimmy Uso interfered, and basically I think he super kicked him, and I didn't know. I was looking, and I didn't know where he came from. It didn't look like he came from out of
Where
the.
did he come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Butthole Joe?
Yeah, it didn't look like he came from the crowd. I thought he might have come from under the ring, but I couldn't tell.
Did he come from the desert?
Could have come from the desert for all I know.
He came from parts unknown.
But he just kind of showed up.
Valley.
Yeah, he just kind of showed up and kicked his brother, allowing Finn Balor to hit the coup de grace and pin Jey Uso. So your winners, and once again, new undisputed tag team champions, Finn Balor and Damian Priest.
Again? They just want them. They lost it and they got it back before I even watched.
Yeah. But like I said, if you missed it before, it was pretty much the same with a lot of interference from the heels, but this time from Jimmy Uso.
Yeah.
So that was your Raw report as quick as I could possibly deliver it.
Yeah.
You the man,
Do it up.
Steven.
I know interrupted a lot.
I did not. I provided insightful input. I asked questions like a viewer who hadn't seen the show, and they're trying to get the report. They're trying to get the essence of what Raw is, straight from the best reporter in the industry, Bronco Stevie.
Well, I think yes. Well, I have to report and run again because it's so damn late. But like I said, I came in to give you your Raw report, and
Bronco
now
Stevie.
I must bid you
Good night,
adieu for the
Steven.
evening.
God bless you. You're the man.
Patrick Al says, Asuka's cute too, but I only see her as a human being.
I bet there's a file on his computer labeled Asuka spreads them.
Yeah, look at that human being.
Patrick, we're just having fun.
Yes. Spread that heart for me, Asuka. Yes. He's a good man.
Asuka used to beat the shit out of women in Japan.
Hell yeah, that's what I like. I like when they beat the shit out of the women.
Yeah, no joke. They were bleeding and stuff.
Hell yeah.
Busted noses and everything else.
Gonna keep them in line.
I guess so. She's cool by me, though, because she likes arcades.
What a loser. No, I like the arcade, too.
You better, bitch.
Patrick Howell says, piss off, Intra, you bastard, you son of a bitch.
He actually did.
And then he says, wait a minute, I didn't know you were joking. Ignore my last comment.
Oh, okay, so we're good now.
It's all good now. Hell yeah.
We love you, Patrick.
Nikhil Callahan wants to know, found an old gem on WCW Nitro in 1996. Bobby Eaton versus Chris Jericho to start Nitro. What are your memories of this match of Bobby Eaton versus Chris Jericho to start Nitro?
God, I thought you'd never ask. I've been doing this show for this long, and I've been waiting for somebody to ask my feelings on Bobby Eaton versus Chris Jericho.
I will say this. Bobby Eaton, one of my legit all-time favorite wrestlers. I think he's one of the best in-ring performers that's ever lived, and was really misused during the Nitro era of WCW. He was really just like a job guy and a great performer, and a connection to the previous generation of WCW. I always thought him and Brad Armstrong would have made a really good team during that time because they were both great wrestlers and not really doing anything. And I think it would have really appealed to the old school NWA and WCW fans.
Yeah. I watched like NWA and WCW in Mississippi So
I preferred
saw the
it, and
old
I live
stuff.
in New England, but I always preferred the wrestling of NWA.
Yeah, like I watched like old Ric Flair and all that Von Erich stuff and stuff like that.
Did
Like
you all see
on
the trailer for the Von
NWA.
Erich?
Yeah, I think it looks good.
Did you see the
Iron
trailer,
Claw.
Bruce? The Iron Claw.
No, not yet.
What about you, Tazo?
I could give a shit, man. I don't do Hollywood anymore. You know that, Incher. I am not Hollywood. I am new internet. I am not old Hollywood.
The Iron Claw.
I don't care about Zac Efron either.
Oh, he's in that. I've heard that story like a million times too, so I don't know if I'll ever watch it.
How many babies
I'm
has Zac
excited about
Efron eat, Tazo?
How many what?
How many babies has Zac Efron ate?
I don't know, but I'm sure he's probably had a couple. He's a good-looking kid, though, so he's probably had to suck a couple of wieners. You know,
I'd-
to stay
Probably,
I shouldn't have went here, should I?
probably, but I'd ask him
didn't
how he
feel
got
like
his
sure, I'm
6-pack, like just so like.
It's called fucking steroids, probably, dude. You think those motherfuckers actually work out? I mean, I'm sure. they
Well,
work
you
out.
still have to work out.
He's
you,
like-
you can't just take steroids. And
He's always been in pretty good shape, but
I'd say he had to have had some steroids.
You still have to work out.
Oh, I'm not saying you don't work out, but I would say to have that type of
I
muscle
think
gain,
you're just jelly.
maybe I am jelly. And you're
He's had
peanut butter. What do you think about that,
I
Jack?
think we should rub together. Yeah, make a
Oh,
sandwich.
That makes a hell of a sandwich.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I have some bread.
Hell
Ty-
we'll
Bruce
throw
has got some
Tazo in
bread.
the
That
middle
looks like
there.
some French bread over there. Oh, yeah.
This potato bread.
Potato
Potato.
bread?
Do you always just have some loaf of bread there? And
It's foam. It's like, yeah.
He can make a dick sandwich at any point.
Damn.
Yeah,
I like the idiot sandwich. Like, look, an idiot sandwich. Like, yeah. Gordon Ramsay did that.
I'm looking forward to the Iron Claw, though. I think it
looks really good.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that one.
I did not see anyone. I didn't. Tazo upset that I didn't meet him in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't meet me on purpose. Actually, here's the thing. Last week, or was it a week ago, when I said I was going to murder you when I saw you, you had this look on your face like you were actually not afraid. You just didn't want me to say that on the radio, on the podcast, because there could be a crazy person out there who wants to slaughter you.
Yeah,
I,
get
however, am
you.
not that person. Because that would be insane. But after I saw your face, and you just like, I saw the chill of death just cover your. No. I'm just kidding. It wasn't in good taste. I was working, so I wasn't able to come meet Jack. But believe me, if Jack comes to Brooklyn next year, I will make it my.
I have to say this: Nighthawk Theater is a great place to watch movies. Really cool. It's got a lot of character. It's a cool little independent theater. Show a lot of weird movies and stuff. The film festival, all independent stuff. It was a really cool time. Really good time.
That was the Metropolitan. That's on Metropolitan Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, it is exactly.
Right,
It was
right,
a
okay.
nice area too, actually. It wasn't like sketchy, and tons of cool little places to eat.
That
and
place
a
used
lot
to
of,
be.
lot of food trucks.
That place used to be Murderville, that was like Murder Central. But over the last 20 years, it's gotten gentrified, and now it's impossible to move there.
No,
so
unfortunately, that's how a lot of the cities are going. And then we had a really good dinner in Manhattan at a Italian place called Supper. I had the veal parmesan.
The veal parmesan. You eat veal?
I am a big veal fan.
You eat veal? Does your vegan friends know about this? They know about
Veal
it?
is like the baby lamb, right?
No.
No,
Yeah.
man, but yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I eat it. It's good.
You
shit.
monster. Don't you know that the band Boston is against veal? Don't
My
you
mom
know
doesn't
this?
eat veal. Annabelle won't eat veal either. But Myself, I would.
So you ate it right in front of her. You're like,
Yeah,
watch me
look at
consume this meal.
Yeah, I she had something called priest stranglers, and it's like this pasta that looks like ropes, and apparently it's also known as Pope ropes.
Huh.
It's very weird. Like it's this pasta named after like killing priest. I don't know, but
Well, maybe it's the tassels or something.
No, I don't think so. But it was
Maybe.
good.
Maybe Jack was eating at a Jesuit restaurant or something like that.
It
You
was
know,
our buddy
the
William
Jesuit.
Lustig took us there, director of Maniac and Maniac Cop.
Did you guys watch every movie? Did you watch like all 50 movies?
No, we watched several short, 2 short blocks of, or maybe 3 blocks of shorts, and for features, we saw Maniac Cop, Blackout, Crumb Catcher, and Booger.
What was the latest show that you watched, like as far as the nighttime?
Maniac Cop.
What time was that? Like 8 or 9 or something?
Yeah, it was not that late, 7 o'clock, I think. We were
that's
gonna watch a midnight movie on Saturday, but then we had to get back to New Jersey and then get up and get back to Brooklyn by 11 the next morning. So we decided to call it an early night. We were staying in New Jersey, and then
How far?
Belleville.
How far was your trip?
It was like 25 minutes. It really
that's
was.
enough.
No, it wasn't bad. It actually would have been about the same distance if we got a place unless we got a place that was reasonably priced in Brooklyn. It would have been about the same. And it still would have been about $1,200 for the weekend for a place in Brooklyn, as opposed to like $400 for the whole weekend. So there was a big difference. The hotels in Brooklyn were crazy. The only ones that were like, it was like a hostel, and I'm not staying at a hostel. That's fine. That's fine if like you're a teenager or like early 20s or something, but
Yeah.
hurry up and answer my questions. My phone is out of juice, and this one I'm using is now at 25%.
Your Lexar impressions, man, they're good. They're good. Lexar is a funny gentleman.
He's a
You gotta
good
do more
man.
Lexar impressions.
Yeah. I did
Introduce
not
me.
meet Lexar either. He's pissed at me. I would have met. I didn't meet a lot of people. I met a lot of friends of mine, Bill Whedon and stuff, lived there, but we didn't have a lot of time. If we had to meet, they had to come to the theater. We didn't really have time to go out and do stuff. I wish we could have stayed longer, but Annabelle had to get back to work and stuff. So, but we had a really good time. It was really good. It was fun. It wasn't that bad of a trip. Like, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that long. I think a little over 3 hours to drive from Boston. Wasn't too bad.
3 hours.
Yeah, we made some fun stops. We stopped and got Frank Pepe's pizza, which is amazing. According to
Pepe.
Sports Illustrated, the decision for WrestleMania 40 main event is not The Rock to make, despite his comments saying that it was being discussed. As of now, there are currently no plans for this match to happen. Dots.
I think it needs to happen.
Do it up. It's got to happen. It's got to do it. What do you think, Lexar? It's got to happen.
The Rock's getting old.
Are you pissed that I didn't that we didn't meet up when I was in New Jersey? How far away are you from Belleville?
I'm in Newark, so
I don't
Newark,
fucking know where it
Belleville's the one town next to me, so we could have met.
Could you have
I thought
walked
you,
over?
I thought you were staying in the Meadowlands or somewhere.
Isn't that like an arena? Like you thought I was like
No, it's
staying
a
in an
town.
arena?
There's like
Are you
hotels
Giants?
near the stadium.
Jack was gonna stay with the New York Giants.
We were
Yeah,
barely actually in the hotel. I mean, really just in the hotel to sleep and take a shower and stuff. Randy Orton targeted Survivor Series for his WWE return. Are you excited?
I am excited.
Are you excited? Sounds like he's what's that guy? You know, the guy from shit.
Borat.
Joke. Yeah, Borat. Are you excited? I'm a very excited, yes.
Yes, sexy time.
I'm very excited for the return of Randy Orton, yes.
I always tell people about back vagine.
Back
Just to fuck
vagine?
with them. Back vagine. Just like, yeah.
Oh.
It's a scene in there. It's like a back vagina, if you know what I mean.
Throw the down the well. We can't sing it on the show. We'll get kicked off. But, Eric Bischoff compares Jade Cargill to Chris Jericho. So I don't really see any comparison.
Eric Bischoff has some really dumb takes.
Yeah, I think she's a star, but I don't even understand that. That's a very poor comparison. They're very.
He wants to
completely
draw
different.
everything back to himself, probably. Or
But
something.
I don't really can see any similarities there. Seth Rollins said Becky Lynch, Chad Gable, and Ivar are underappreciated. Hell yes! Put the strap on Ivar.
Ivar.
Forget The Rock. Forget Cody Rhodes. WrestleMania 40 is going to be Roman Reigns defending the title versus Ivar. And Ivar will be the man to finally take the title off of Roman Reigns after a 3-year run. Boom.
I'd
The
love
new
to see
star,
Ivar come in and squash Cody Rhodes.
Ivar's going to win the
Oh, yeah.
Rumble, and then he's going to dethrone Roman Reigns.
How about the return of Veer?
Veer! Veer's good, but he's no Ivar.
You could tell the Saudi Arabia prince that Ivar is Yokozuna.
But he'd be like, no, he's fucking Ivar.
Just dress him up like that.
You think I don't know Ivar when I see him?
Exactly. Becky Lynch. How is she underappreciated? Hasn't she been like pushed for like 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
On this day 5 years ago, Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, and Roman Reigns joined forces and formed the Shield.
How long ago?
It says 5 years. That can't be the. Oh, it was to face Braun Strowman, Drew McIntyre, and Dolph Ziggler. I don't remember that, but honestly, the Shield run was one of the best things in WWE of modern time. And all three guys went on to be huge stars, which is very unusual. It's very unusual, a faction where all of the members do really well. Usually, like, one person will spin out and be a star, but everyone from that did. Sports Illustrated said unless plans drastically change, Cody Rhodes is slated to headline the show for this. Why does Sports Illustrated? Why are they the big stooges? Why do they have to spoil all the shows?
No, what the hell?
Are they more credible than Meltzer?
Yeah, because it's probably like WWE is just leaking the stuff right to them.
They call up Rosenberg, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to take this right to Sports Illustrated." Doesn't he work for them?
Rosenberg works for ESPN.
Oh, he does. Oh, I don't know.
But it's just like
I only know about Wendy Williams.
no.
Sports
Don't get Lexar started on that.
Rosenberg does.
Who was that
work
woman
for
that Lexar
ESPN.
talked about last week? It was like Samantha McGee or something.
Ooh,
I don't know.
Ellen DeGeneres.
Like
Whoopi
somebody on
Goldberg.
like on like the InfoWars or something.
Jenna Bush.
Jenna Bush Hager.
Bethany Frankel.
I don't know. These all sound made up to me. I don't know.
Hoda
Anyway,
Copley.
I've been saying this since last year. That's what I predicted. It would be Cody Rhodes winning the Rumble and beating Reigns.
Could you
at
imagine if
WrestleMania.
Whoopi Goldberg headlined WrestleMania?
That would be something if they just said Goldberg. It was like, then they all start
Goldberg.
chanting, and then out comes Whoopi.
That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah,
That'd be
Lexar would pop.
sweet.
Yeah. And then Dr. Oz will hit him with the guitar or still shit.
Mhm. Then you gotta get Dr. Phil.
Yeah,
I'm Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil
He'll climb out from under the ring.
Dr. Phil on
That
a
would
pole
be
match.
sweet.
Dr.
And
Phil
then-
running.
And then Maury will come out and just beat up everybody.
Dang.
Maury Povich.
Just hand him an envelope and just do the stunner or something.
I thought you meant Maury the wig salesman from the Goodfellas.
No.
You're
At
not
least-
the
at least,
father.
at least Tazo knew what I was talking about. AEW's Don Callis identified the most successful person in pro wrestling. Hell yeah, he's awesome, huh? I don't care if it's accurate or not. Don Callis rules.
He's pretty awesome.
On
I
this-
like his faction he's got going. I like
Yeah,
how he's
I'm a
been
big
making
fan
new
too. The
additions
Don Callis
to it.
family, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
On this day 5 years ago, the first episode of NXT UK. Did you watch it? Nope.
NXT UK. I might have. Was that the one that Tyler Bate won? Like he won. He beat Pete Dunne. I think. Is that what he's talking about? Like the first show they had?
No, that was just a UK tournament they had.
Oh,
I watched
okay.
the takeovers at Cardiff. They were fun shows. Even Vince McMahon like tweeted it. Like I saw NXT UK takeover Cardiff, and it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, though, all those takeover shows, they were like the highlight of WWE for a while.
Yeah.
Have you seen the 1960s classic film starring Charlton? It should be Charlton Heston. Have you ever seen the classic film starring Charlton Heston, The Planet of the Apes? Yes, I've seen Planet of the Apes.
Is that Nikhil?
Yeah.
I like the 10 Commandments where he's on the mountain and his hair turns white. That was my favorite part.
Charlton Heston rules. I'm a big fan of Charlton Heston.
Yeah, the
Planet of the Apes
stone.
is one of the greatest movies ever made. One of the, maybe the best ending in movie history. Great ending. Damn fools, you did it. No, it's great.
Yeah.
That's what got me into conspiracy theory and loving dystopian and Thundar the Barbarian, all that good shit. You know, fucking
Yeah, it's
Planet of the
great.
Apes, man.
And then the Wahlberg remake was horrendous. The ending was the total shits. But the new trilogy was pretty good too, actually. But I actually like all the old Planet of the Apes movies. Sammy
like this
Callahan.
The TV series?
Yeah, TV series good too. Great toy line from the TV series. Sammy Callahan thinks he's one of the people that helped save Impact. Was it saved?
No.
Just existing doesn't mean it was saved.
I think he helped.
Helped what?
Make
it.
I think he
be
made
the
the
most
program
obscure
better.
wrestling on TV.
The program was better, I think, with Sammy involvement. Sammy Callahan.
I remember Entry going wild for OVE.
Yeah, I liked OVE.
Who?
Ohio versus everything.
What the?
You had Jake Crisp and what was his brother? Jake
Dave
and
Crisp.
Dave. Yeah.
Ooh.
Butters.
Dave got in some
The
trouble
Chris
though.
Butters, Jack. I saw them wrestle.
Chris Brothers.
Yes, I saw them wrestle live.
Oh
in
yeah,
CBW.
that was huge.
Oh yeah, big team.
And you had Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger.
Yeah.
He's still alive.
You want him dead?
What? I'm just happy he's alive.
Are you trying to put a hit on Johnny Swinger?
Is he like in his mid 80s?
Close
Jack
to.
thinks he's from Jersey now. He's gonna put a hit on Johnny Swinger.
Hey, man, hey, buddy.
Yeah, he's part of Hamas.
Yeah, that's
Oh
big
my
in Jersey. You know what? Everyone is very friendly in New Jersey. A lot friendly. Everyone in Brooklyn was too. A lot friendlier than they are in Boston.
Yeah, you posted something about like some of the locals like hey giving you somewhere to eat. Like they pointed out this place and you went there.
What?
Heck. Yeah, you said like Book of Lights gave you something somewhere to go out and eat with your crew. Then that's where you posted.
I was asking for bagels, but no, we didn't.
Yeah, that's what they send you for.
I know, but
Here's
we
a
didn't
bagel
go to
place.
any of them.
That'd be a good place to get bagel, probably.
Yeah, we were going. Well, we didn't have a lot. Was very pressed for time.
Did you get bagels though?
We did get bagels.
And were they good? Because bagels in Brooklyn, it's because of the water, right? In New York, it's the water. So what's the diff? Was it better than Boston bagel?
Yeah, it was very good. Very good bagel. I got a pumpernickel everything bagel with dill cream cheese. It was very good.
How was the pizza?
Annabelle got what did she get? I forget what kind of bagel she got with sun-dried tomato cream cheese. Both were good.
How was the pizza?
We did not get pizza in Brooklyn. But we did get pizza at Frank Pepe's on the way home. But we had amazing Italian food in Manhattan. Where the hell am I? We had really good food though. We had Thai food. We had Mexican. It was nice. It's a very diverse area, so you can eat whatever any kind of stuff you wanted. I wanted to get Annabelle's not big on the Mediterranean or Greek food, but I am. But we didn't, so we did not get any of that. We did get free falafel. This is how friendly people are. We were just walking by and I was like, oh, look at this, a falafel truck. And the guy gave us each a free falafel.
Nice.
One falafel?
Yeah, but it was just free. He gave us 2 free falafels, one each.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I used to make them in restaurants.
The falafels were not the best because I think the grease needed clean. They needed to change the oil. It was late at night, I think, and I was like, they just wanted to get them away for free. They were need a little change, but they were free, so we can't complain. I've not watched Collision since Punk left in full. I don't know why we are seeing Rampage matches like Kyle Fletcher versus Jobber. It's pointless. They did. I'll be honest, though, they did have a lot of Jobber matches when Punk was there too.
Who did Kyle Fletcher face?
Job guy. He said, "I'm not against job matches, but I remember there would be times where, like, half of Impact would be Jobber. I mean, half of Collision would be Jobber matches."
I mean, they could do better in developing people and making them, you know.
I like Kyle Fletcher, though.
I like him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Aussie Open.
Well, Dark is canceled, so why not put Dark is canceled, so why not put the Jobber
I'm not against. Well, I mean, you wanted a show people are going to watch, and people aren't going to watch a show if it's all Jobber matches. But I'm not against having a couple Jobber matches to get other people, over. I don't think that's a bad thing. But you can't have a show of all squash matches. I mean, no one's going to care about that.
Yeah.
Were you a fan of Christian's Coalition and TNA? I know a lot of people love Christian and TNA. I didn't. You could go back and listen to those shows. I was not a fan of Christian's run in TNA. I know a lot of people loved it. I was not a fan.
I think he did some good stuff there, but
I like that he rose above the mid card in TNA like instantly.
I mean, that's
because he was like in mid card in WWE for so long.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just like they got a
So
guy
like
from
he got a little respect. That's what I thought. I was like, okay.
I don't know. I thought it made TNA look kind of lame. It's like they got this guy was a certain level, and as soon as you get him, we make him a big deal.
I'm a Christian fan though,
Well,
so
I
I
think
was like,
Christian
yes.
in AEW actually has earned his elevation because he wasn't pushed as a big deal, but he really is doing some of the best heel promos in wrestling. And
He's always been the underdog. So
well, I kind of look at it more as like he was like he did do a lot of good things in WWE with like the TLC matches and stuff like that, and I think he was kind of overlooked because I mean it's been documented that Vince McMahon didn't like him.
If they don't see in you, it's almost impossible to really get past a certain level. And they always saw Edge as the guy, and they always saw Jeff Hardy as the guy in the Hardys. So no matter, I mean, there was lots of times Matt really got himself over, but he was only going to go a certain distance in WWE because they didn't see him as a star.
Yeah.
It's possible, but it's almost impossible. Like, you have to be like insanely over, like Daniel Bryan, to really get, if they don't see something in you. At that point, it's like they'd have to just be, idiots not to push Bryan Danielson because you're so over. But it's really hard if they don't see it in you for them to get behind you.
Yeah.
Do you remember Nathan Jones? Yes.
Yes.
I tried to get him on In Your Head a few times.
I liked how he was on tour in Australia and they just dropped him off. Like,
I was like, there was this. You can read the story about him that supposedly, allegedly, he took so much steroids when he was in prison in Australia that his breasts lactated.
How's that possible?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what they say.
In college, there was this dude who could like squeeze his nipple and a drop of milk would come out.
That's what you want, Adam
Check
Cole.
this out, and he'd do it like on command, and I was like,
well, how'd it taste?
let's show some other people. I don't know, but we'd show everybody.
That's
It
what
was
you want,
crazy.
Adam Cole. You want to do so much steroids that milk comes out your nipples.
Lexar's leaving. He's gonna go lactate his
Lexar,
nipples.
where are you going? You ain't got nothing to do.
I need
You
to
stay here.
image
what?
of
You
that
just
guy
need to stay
holding
here.
milk out of his nipples.
What are you gonna get up for?
It's more of a drip.
You're gonna go jerk off to that?
No. I'm gonna wash my eyes with soap and water.
You can't wash your mind with.
Isn't he watching
soap.
like guys with bleeding buttholes and stuff, and he's all offended by lactating nipples?
That's
I don't get
different
it.
though. That's not for sexual pleasure. That's for action. Seeing action with light tubes and barbed wire and all that stuff. That's
All
great.
right. You know, when I was agreeing with you about the Patrick Howe point, I think I'm disagreeing with you here. Lexar. I don't think it's just action in his book.
That's some action there. Some heavy duty action.
Different kind of
bleeding
action.
butthole. Does this mean we don't have to read all his questions now?
Yeah, let's just stop on his questions.
According to Tony Khan's tweets, the WWE contacted Swerve Strickland and William Regal. Alleged tampering allegations. Yeah, that's bad. I'm sure that happens a lot. They probably happen with Edge, to be honest, though. Did you like the original Hills Have Eyes or the remake? A lot of people really love the remake. I like the original. I love the original.
I like the original.
You fat, baby fat and juicy.
I like
I've never seen those.
the remake was all right. I didn't hate
It's
it.
all right. I didn't hate it either, but a lot of people think it's like it's way better than the original. I don't agree with that.
My friends
Original's
liked the original.
really, original one's really like sleazy and stuff, and I'm all about that. I like a nice sleazy, gritty movie. About
Wes
eating.
Craven had,
I've
like-
always had a soft spot for mutant cannibal hillbilly movies. Totally up my alley.
My brother watched all like trauma movies and just like blaxploitation movies like all the time. Just like that kind of
Blackula's
sleazy
a good
movie. I just saw something weird. Like, yeah.
Wes Craven's had a really diverse career. Like he was all over the place with his movies, like the way they started and then the way they end it, and the type of movies he made.
Mike Tenay and Don West provided the soundtrack to some of the most incredible moments in Impact history.
Because Nikhil's dad, right? We're in Nikhil's dad's Indian restaurant, right? And you know, it's like a sports Indian restaurant. Does Nikhil's dad play Impact, like TNA wrestling?
Nikhil's dad has a restaurant.
His dad has a restaurant. They have a big flat screen. So does his dad just play
I didn't know about
TNA,
that.
like old TNA pay-per-views all day long?
Yes, you can see the evolution of Chris
Does
Sabin.
Nikhil work
From
in the
X
restaurant?
Division champion to 20 years later, X Division champion.
You get yourself a curry chicken, you know, some tan bread, some puri or whatever.
I had some naan bread with shredded coconut and pistachios
At Nikhil Dad's restaurant
Yeah,
while you watch the
Nikhil's
TNA pay-per-view. It's pretty good, I bet.
I didn't know this about Nikhil. So he works in the restaurant? Is that what he does?
I think he does. I think he's the guy who stands outside the Indian restaurant and he tries to like fool you to come and he tries to trick you to come into the restaurant. He's like, we have live music.
That's one thing. I can't get good Indian food in Boston. I can't find a good Indian restaurant. I do
Indian
like
food is, to me, the best. Maybe the best food.
I love, oddly enough, I had really good Indian food in Virginia, of all places.
There's a Indian population around here, and there's Indian restaurants. My girlfriend in high school was vegetarian, so we'd go to them all the time.
Yeah, the people I traveled with when I'm doing the movie are vegan, and so they go to a lot of Indian places because they have a lot of vegan stuff. And the good thing about the vegan at the Indian places, it's good stuff because I'm not a big fan of the fake meats. But I like vegetables, so if you get like an eggplant curry or something, that stuff's good.
Curry.
Lexar Ari Emanuel, the CEO of Endeavor, made the decision of giving. Yeah, we went over this. Triple H control. Last Friday night on SmackDown, Triple H returned the.
I kind of thought that like when Vince sold the company, it might not end up good for him. Like as far as like. You know, like the hire because he has somebody over him, and then
that's what got him back. But then it also was his demise.
Yeah, I kind of predicted that one.
And I know
the smartest motherfucker alive, and I want you all to acknowledge it.
I mean, the guy's like in court he's got all these sexual allegations against him that made him leave the company to begin with.
Oh, so you're saying it's not like that bold of a prediction? Is that what you're saying?
No, especially in not in any time it's bad, but right now it's definitely not good.
What I have to say in retort to that is go fuck yourself.
Man, he's a real bat bitch over here. Oh, instead of OI biceps, I think it's OI bastard.
No, you just don't want to admit that I'm such a smart dude. And
well, it's not like
to prove that I'm so smart. I'm just going to give myself.
For one thing, you never once even said it on the show. You're just saying that you thought this to yourself.
You're probably yelling something and didn't even hear me, but I said it. Bruce heard it.
Go find it. I'll give you. Go find it.
Bruce heard it.
Nope,
Tell him, Bruce.
Yes. Yeah.
He heard it.
He's just trying to agree because he doesn't want to hear you cry like a bitch for another hour.
I like Billy Horowitz a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah,
Barry Horowitz. He loves the Subway.
Yeah. Subway. Last Friday night SmackDown. It's about Nick Aldis. All this stuff we already talked about, Lexar. WWE and AEW are going head-to-head again on November 17th. So what are they going to do this time? They're going to bring back Hulk Hogan?
Well, who's going to get Hulk Hogan? Because Tony Khan might put out the big bucks to get Hogan in.
Tony Khan? No,
Hogan's been all over the place
Hogan and Tony Khan's going to have like a beheading angle or something.
What if Tony steals Stone Cold? He brings in Steve Austin. He's like, we got Steve Austin over here.
I'm not against bringing in these stars and stuff, but AEW, I think, needs to put a halt on just their answers, just hiring guys, and just really focus on some good angles and stuff.
Yeah, like define what they are, kind of.
You can't just
for a
hire
while.
guys constantly and then you debut them and then some of them you never even see or nothing. So focus on some good angles.
I heard that Tony Khan has DNA of Buddy Rogers, and he might bring him back.
What if he had the DNA of TNA? Matt Morgan returns.
I'd turn on him. I'd have to turn on him. I'd say, "Why the hell did you hire this guy?" I'm a little mad about Edge.
You could inject Matt Morgan with the DNA, see what happens. Then hook his nuts up to like car battery. Like, who did
you
that?
could have any kind of DNA from Matt
Kane?
Morgan, what would it be?
I think Matt Morgan was trying to give you the DNA, and
Who was that?
You
at
were
the
just,
fan
that's
fest.
why you don't like him. You're
He
just
was
jealous that
all like
Matt
glowing
Morgan
over
was-
your suit. He was like, "Yeah, I like that suit, Jackie."
That's
Jones.
why you hate Matt Morgan. You are
Kane.
jealous that Matt Morgan is a Jackie Jones mark. Now we know the secret to these years-long hatred of my boy Matt Morgan.
I think I hated him before then, though. I think I did.
Jealous. One of the greatest unsung heroes of wrestling, Matt Morgan.
Remember that photo you got the hand job from Big Mama?
Big Mama's a good woman.
It looked like she was giving you a hand job in that one photo.
Well, maybe there's a reason it looked that way. I could go
It just
for
looked that way. I'll be, it just looked like her hands.
Is that
were
another
underneath the
reason why
table.
you're jelly?
No.
I just looked up Kane electrocuted Shane McMahon's nuts.
Yeah, that's what. I'm sorry, Bruce. Yeah, that's who had their nuts shocked. Kane took a car battery and shocked Shane McMahon's nuts.
I had to Google it.
Yeah, I remember watching it. All up
Nice.
here.
You have a lot of videos like that, though, don't you?
I've like
Just
AI
one
imposed Jack's face
VHS.
over it. Yeah, right there. Doesn't it look like she's kind of like jerking him off?
Man, that was a good time.
Look at that devious look on his face too. He's like, "Yeah, I'm getting jerked off right now."
Man, why are you so jealous? Which
I'm
one
not
are you
jealous,
jealous
I'm just-
of? Are you jealous of me or are you jealous of Big Mama?
I'm just bringing up that it looks like you're getting a hand job.
That's not all that was getting brought up. Boom. I like Big Mama. She's a nice lady. Should get her back on.
I'll ask her if
I'm gonna
she
pull
gave you a
this
hand
this
job.
video up. Say, what do you think about this, Big Mama?
I'll say, "Well, did you?"
Speaking of head-to-head competition, AEW is going up against Impact Wrestling Bound for Glory pay-per-view.
Hell yeah! Who's gonna win there?
I don't know.
What if Impact beats AEW?
Well, I mean, there's not
How-
going to be more people buying a pay-per-view, the TNA pay-per-view than watching.
What if their show beats like AEW? What would Tony say then? What would be all over his Twitter?
crying like a little bit, bitch.
Would there just be like a picture of like his brains just splattered all over the ceiling or something?
WWE Survivor Series 2023 is sold out. Are you intrigued? No. I mean,
Yeah.
that's cool for them. But I don't. Why do I care?
I'm fucking like.
I ain't getting no
over the
money
moon.
out of it. What the hell do I care?
I'm happy they sold out.
Not-
Yeah.
I think it's weird to get all excited about some like fucking $1 billion company selling out. Like, yeah, good for them. Finally. Max Caster of the Acclaim recently did a collaborative song with emo rock band Motion City Soundtrack. Okay.
Cool. Should be a good tune.
Sweet.
I don't like this whole thing he's got with like MJF though. That's just weird. Like he's kind of like fawning over MJF.
Why do you hate friendship?
No, it's like an MJF kind of blows him off and goes on and like.
Yeah.
No, not like that. I meant like, like just walks away and doesn't pay him any mind.
Well,
I
it's
don't-
going somewhere.
I
You
don't
gotta
think
give it
that
time.
helps. I don't think that helps them.
We'll wait and see where it goes, boy.
Don't tell me to wait. I don't want to wait for nothing.
Fucking choke you out. Tazo's not wearing any pants.
Hell yeah. Rock it out with his cock out.
Dang. Hell yeah.
And he disappeared. How the
I
hell did he do
know.
that?
So you think that's his house? It's like some place he broke into.
He's like from the
He
fucking
puts a
Shire or
green
something.
screen up like in front of like all the people he murdered.
First, I got my weight belt on. Yeah, gotta wear the
Why are you
weight belt.
doing that for?
Oh, my back's all fucked up.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry, Tazo.
There you go. I got my boxers on.
Whoa, we don't need to. Whoa.
Getting
Don't be
kind of
messing
close
up
there.
your back. Don't throw your back out.
I won't.
Liv Morgan recently went on her old Hooters restaurant where she once worked to reflect on her journey. I don't give a
She
fuck.
seems like a Hooters girl.
I've heard that. I think I've seen photos of her in her outfit. So her Hooters outfit.
I bet you used them a few times.
What?
Can Bruce's ghost put the video of him licking a girl's feet on Facebook?
It's just one picture.
You know what? Lexar's getting really horned up lately. Don't you think? He's always talking about stuff we want. Last week he was asking us for jerking off advice, Incher.
He was?
He was asking us for techniques.
I'll make a
it does
picture
sound
of it
like
with
he's
100
doing it all
feet in
wrong.
it, just like all put together.
It does sound like he's doing it all wrong.
would
Doesn't
you
he
be
take
willing-
a plastic bag and put over his
Yeah,
cock
he
and
said
everything?
that,
I mean,
yeah.
he does need some advice.
That like Tazo, you're a man of the world. You've jerked off in your lifetime. Do you think wrapping your dong in a plastic bag is like? Does that sound enjoyable? Shit, we're not even making it up. This is what the man says he does.
You should just put a condom on then. I mean, why is he using the paper bag?
Paper,
or
plastic
the plastic
bag.
bag. Why is
Paper or plastic? They ask him at the jerk-off store.
I mean, he wants to know if you're going to go to a AVF, what's that called? A triple X convention or something. He's a sick dude. I mean, I think it's cool, but,
Yeah. Intro, you know what? You should call him up some night and just talk him through it. Show him how to properly,
Put a
yank them up.
plastic bag on his cock. He should put like a plastic bag on his foot and just inhale. That's what he should do
When I checked
until he passes out.
When we checked in the hotel in Jersey, they asked me if we wanted a smoking or non-smoking room. I was like, what the hell year is this? I haven't heard anyone ask for if you want a smoking or non-smoking room in like 30 years. It's pretty cool, I guess. But
Nah,
as big of a
smoking
dump as it
hotels
was,
stink.
was to say ours was a huge dump. I can't imagine how bad the smoking room must have been.
I think the last restaurant they asked me that was at a Denny's in Kentucky. Like they're like smoking or non-smoking. And it was about 2 or 3 years ago.
Damn, yeah, I forget you guys live in the backwoods.
In Iowa, I used to like go in and they'd have baskets of matches at like restaurants. And I'd steal the whole basket of matches.
Damn, freaking pyromaniac over here.
I had matches for like a year. It was awesome.
But even your brother said, like, there's more stuff around me than's around you guys. Like, I'm more in the city than you guys are.
Yeah, like Oxycontin and stuff.
God.
Of course, that's what you're geared on.
Drug dealer.
I moved to Mississippi and everyone was asking me for pills. And I was like, I don't do pills, but you got any weed? And like, nobody smoked weed who were white. But everybody did pills. And I was like, you're not. Yeah, I do not have pills.
I'm
just because I'm white.
Very boring, man, but I'm straight edge. What? Lexar, what are your jerking off techniques? Is he gonna ask this every week?
He's asking it again.
Best thing with jerking off, you just do it, get it over with. You don't make a fucking scene out of it. You don't do a whole production.
You should
don't
do
bust
it,
out.
and then you should feel ashamed, and then don't do it again until you do it again. You don't need a friggin' techniques. Do you want to be the master of like jerking off? Like, is this? You know what I'm saying?
All I gotta say is like silk pillowcase, Lexar.
Is that bragging rights? Like, you know what, buddy? I'm the fucking king of jerking my cock off. Like, is that something you really want everyone to know?
That would be a pretty good like promotional video for
pickup
Lexar.
line?
Like if Lexar had like a video and it was like the king of jerking off Lexar, and he's like instructing people how to do it.
So you get the plastic bag.
See that's a YouTube video that everybody would watch.
Do you think did he lube the plastic
And it's
bag
instructional, so you could put it on there.
That's true.
Seems like it would just like stick to your dong. I don't know.
Maybe he needs to learn about lube. Maybe he doesn't know anything about lube.
Yeah, we gotta ask Lexar about these things.
Yeah.
His dick's all trashed. It's all red. It's all scaly now.
That's why his butthole's bleeding.
I can envision Lexar in one of those old magazines where he's like one of those dudes with a giant cock, you know. And he's like, hey.
I've seen it, and no. Allegedly.
Jeez, Jack.
Yeah, and sure, he said he crapped his pants, and then the next time he wore 2 pairs of underwear. So he was prepared.
Good advice. It's good advice.
Yeah, it made a lot of
He brings
sense.
2 plastic bags. You know.
You weren't here when it happened. Yeah, 2 plastic bags.
He could just like wear a diaper.
Don't forget the rubber band. That's
There
the
you go.
important part.
Yeah, a diaper, then he
So
could
it doesn't
jizz-
fucking fly off.
Yeah, he could jizz
When
and
you
crap
come.
himself and not worry about it.
I
Go
know,
down
like
to the strip club, he could jizz all day and take a dump on the subway and
just take it off.
yeah, and just throw it away.
Throw it away.
Hell yeah. See, Lexar, we got some advice for you. Would you steal a movie poster because you like the design of the post?
No, I'll just buy it if I, we got the
You
internet
can't just
nowadays.
steal stuff because you like it.
Well, back in the day, right? If you drive the train, the train here
The
in
bone
Manhattan,
train?
the New York train system, you could steal like posters off the train, take them home. You know, a nice Captain Morgan rum poster, or do you have AIDS poster, or something like that.
Mhm. Yeah, that's cool.
I do have the asbestos poster that has the skull and crossbones on it, so I guess I can't talk.
Thief. I've never stolen anything in my life besides all of your hearts.
I thought about getting wrestling posters at shows like that people have. They're probably gonna throw them away anyway, so I'll just collect them and present them as like art.
Back in the day, the local video store used to give
'Cause it
out
is.
like the posters, which was kind of cool. I remember I used to.
Yeah, they would do that here too.
My stepmom would clean these offices, and we'd get like 10, 15 posters a day, because like every weekend, because they sold posters. So I had like all kinds, like I had like 1 million posters.
Hell yeah.
Posters.
Will Steven
They're
Butler
cool.
attend a Maple Leafs game this season? Steven
I'm gonna
Butler
say
replies, no. Can I recommend Intra to purchase and play the classic Super Nintendo game WCW Super Brawl?
I think I have that one.
Oh my god, now we're gonna have to watch fucking Intra go get this video game.
Let's see. I'll go get it.
Oh my god.
I'm just looking it up, dipshit. You don't have to watch me go get it. There's the Jared Leto Joker.
This was in the hall of my apartment. Like, people just like left it by the door. Like,
Who bought that? Who would buy that and put that?
I know. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, okay, it's free. And it even had like almost all the frame, but it has like the
Man, it's
plexiglass.
gone up too. I've got it in my collection. It says it's worth $31 loose. I didn't know it was worth that much. $31.95. I've got it. You want me to go get it now?
Nope.
You want to watch me play it?
Nope.
I do.
Tazo does.
How can you stay awake for 24 hours without sleeping?
I don't do it often.
You just do it. If you
I've
gotta
only
do
done
you
it
can
like
do it.
twice in my life, probably.
Oh, I've done it many times. It's not hard for me to do. I used to be able to stay up 3 or not I went 4 is probably pushing, but I used to be able to stay up 2 or 3 days, no issue. Now that I'm an old man, if I need to stay up a day, that's totally fine.
Here's how I work, and it's been witnessed on the show. My brain just like kind of just shuts down, and then I'm just like, and people say I'm on drugs and everything.
Don't say.
And then I get
that's just a daily occurrence.
That's how I get when I get tired. My brain just turns off basically, and I'm just like,
and it's pretty slow anyway.
Go fuck yourself, asshole.
I'm just kidding you. Look, he's wanting to stab me. He's the one going, CM Punk should never put his hands on nobody. But if you make a joke about me, I'll stab you in the throat.
Never make a joke again about me, bitch.
I'd be laying there dying and still making it be like, you
nice.
If I just figuratively,
what if
I had
came
you
back and haunted you just to be like a troll? I would probably do that if I could.
If
I'd wish that I'd do that. I believe that I've cursed people.
Damn.
I'd like wish it. I'd be like, and I'd tell them that I cursed them.
I cuss.
Oh, you're like Danhausen.
Oh, I mean, so Jack, I'm sorry. So Jack is haunting you, right? You're an old man now. Jack is passed, and then he starts haunting you. So would you exorcise him, which would basically mean you would get rid of, you hire, what you would do when you exorcise somebody, but then his soul would, I guess, rest in peace, or perhaps.
So he wouldn't want to do that.
I'd do it just to get him the fuck out of my house. It's just like. It's like, okay, dealing with him for like a couple hours a week is
pretty
enough.
Fucking rocking.
But if he's like in my house haunting me the entire time, I'm just like, get this motherfucker out of here.
Man, I kind of want to die now. Wait, well, no, I don't say that here on the show.
But yeah, just like, like 24/7.
Yeah, I think after the show, I'm gonna go Google astral projection. Maybe that would be
nice. Like you go to eat a sandwich and you slap it out of his hand.
Yeah.
Sweet.
It'd be the best of both worlds. I could still be alive, and then I could just kind of float around Incher's place. Be a real jerk.
Yeah.
Pretty
I think telekinesis is probably the best superpower.
This is sounding better by the minute. What were you saying before, Incher?
Oh, I was just saying, like, figuratively, if I had you like strapped to like a gurney where I was like pulling on your legs and arms, like just pulling at any point. No, at any point would you like just be like beg for your life, or would you just keep like throwing insults at me?
Probably.
No, his cock would just start rising.
Whoa.
He because you were pulling on it his legs and shit.
Well, what if I took like a knife and just
be like, "Are you pulling my leg?"
Just like psychotic.
Yeah, like.
Do you think we should call the authorities and get Incher like locked up?
It's just figurative. I'm not saying like it's what's going to
Takes
happen.
2 people to commit somebody.
It's
just a question.
CM Punk should never hit nobody, but I'm gonna tie you up and cut your penis off.
Well, Bruce brought up the part about that, so I have to have some retort. I mean,
that what you call it when the police come? Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, well, Bruce brought it up. Like, okay.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Lexar wants to know, would you listen to Taylor Swift or a Nickelback album?
Shit, I'd listen to both. They're both rocking. Hell yeah.
Do you have people skills? What kind of questions are these?
Are we on a job interview?
I came up with something instead of saying I'm rock hard, say, "Oh, my dick is changing."
Whoa.
Like right in the middle of sex. My dick is changing.
Like
I wrote it down.
You're like transforming into something else. Like your dick's a transformer.
Your dick is changing.
Do you think that, Taza, would that get you all excited?
No, I think that would have you running for the door, man. Even if
I told the girl that my pants were fitting funny.
Or do you mean like
once.
it start spitting out like quarters, like a change machine? Like what? What do you mean?
Well, you can take it however you want.
So let me get this straight.
That's
Me and
what
Bruce
she
are
said.
having Gay sex. We're having gay sex, right?
Okay.
In the middle.
Liking
of,
it.
Now this show's getting good.
Can you say it that a little slower?
We're having gay sex, and Bruce is railing me, right, with his rock hard cock. And then I guess
My
you start
changed cock.
and then you start thinking about Incher, and then you're like, my cock is changing.
Yes.
I watched it change.
I would shoot off your cock like a rocket ship shooting out of like Florida, out of the Cape.
Would you be offended, Tazo, if Bruce is railing you, up
And
the
he's feeling
wazoo, and then he tells you though, because then he gets like really, and then it's all because he's looking at like Incher on his phone.
That would be awful. I would be so insulted by that.
Behind his head, just like
In the back of my head, I would break up with Bruce right away. I would never speak to him.
Damn.
I'd be like, come on, baby, come on.
Part of me just wants to hang up.
I didn't come yet.
The other half of me just is curious where the hell this is going.
And
But
the other half is as hard as a rock. 13,
Changed as hell.
Sexy Time Radio.
If you find this sexy, hell yeah.
I remember a very special episode of In Here back in the day when Incher told Jack, "I'm haunting your ass," but what everyone heard was, "I'm haunting your ass." I do remember that, actually.
Yeah, I remember that.
Let's see. Jonathan Jackson! Have you ever looked at wrestling for lessons on anti-bullying? Yes, it's where I go for all my lessons to be a better human being is from wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you had a donut? I had a muffin.
Probably 1 week ago, I think.
Whoa. Donut,
I rode by a donut store today and I thought about it. But I didn't eat one.
Lexar's probably sitting on a donut because his asshole has been bleeding. When was the last time you had a donut hole?
Oh, that's been a while.
I like donut holes.
They're good.
Like the cake donut ones, especially.
Get those at a
and I put them in the
special,
freezer, and I
You
eat them frozen.
You can't just buy them in the store, I don't think, can you?
Dunkin'
You gotta.
Donuts sells them.
I like grocery stores. Like they sell them in the bakery aisle
It's a
in a
common thing
lot of
for
grocery
Dunkin'
stores.
Donuts. And Boston runs on Dunkin's.
They're called like midgets or something.
Munchkins.
Munchkins. Oh yeah.
I recently watched WCW Slamboree 1998, which took place May 17th from Worcester, Mass. Among the matches were Eddie Guerrero against Ultimate Dragon, Diamond Dallas Page versus Raven in a Bowery cage match, Eric Bischoff challenging Vince McMahon to a no contest in Giant and Sting against the Outsiders, where Hall turned on Kevin Nash. Did Jack attend this event? And if so, what are his memories? Nope.
That was such a long question and such a short answer. It's like
Sergio Santos, who is the most dishonest man in all of podcast?
Most dishonest man?
Maybe Vince Russo?
It's pretty dishonest.
Listen, bro. Bro. There's a lot, there's a lot of dishonest.
Yeah.
A lot of the wrestlers are pretty dishonest, I think.
I'd say just about all of them are dishonest. I mean, I don't think none of them are telling you the truth.
I think of more dishonest than Russo. Honestly, this is an honest answer. It's probably Bruce Pritchard.
Yeah.
I can't even listen to anything he does. Like,
yeah, he's very live. He just
it's like he
before
skews
went
the
back-
truth.
Yeah, before he went back, it was all kissing ass to get back to WWE. I mean, when you're out there saying that the Red Rooster was this great gimmick and Terry Taylor just didn't know how to pull it off, it's kind of hard to take anything you say serious.
I'd say Kenny Boland's like
Mm.
gives him a run for his money.
Yeah, and his lies are more harmful, I think.
Yeah,
Where
I don't
Bruce's
think
are just more just like who really cares.
I don't think there's a shred of truth in anything that guy says. So,
I don't like that his name is Bruce.
Whoa.
Kind of makes me mad.
there can only be one, like the Highlander.
Listen, bro.
Would you try to take out Bruce Lee, Bruce?
Bruce Lee.
Yeah. Would
I
you
don't know.
fight-
I'd try to be his friend for as long as possible, then like stab him in the fucking spine right at the end. So everyone's like, "Oh my god, what? He's dead." Then I'm like, "Ah,
Now we know what's gonna happen.
I'm the one. Me."
This is just playing a solid time to kill us.
But we're not named Bruce, so we're good.
Yeah, pretty much. There
know
must be
name's
one. Like, fuck you, dude.
That's what the E stands for.
So what's your plans for Bruce Briscoe?
Whoa! We haven't seen him around for a while.
Yeah.
He is dead.
Oh my goodness.
Bruce Springsteen's, he's not been doing very good lately.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
he
sad.
doesn't- Yeah, sure it is, Bruce.
And the other Bruce, what's the other Bruce's name? Who can't remember anything anymore?
Campbell.
Oh,
Bruce
yeah,
Willis?
see? Yeah.
Bruce Willis. Oh yeah.
He's done. He can't even.
I'll be the last Bruce standing, so it'll be just like natural. What is it called? Yeah.
Selection.
No, we shouldn't go down that route. But like a. Well, yeah. I don't know what it's called.
It is.
No.
I'm just Bruce Campbell. Watch out.
He's cool. I like him.
But he's named Bruce, so
Yeah. I don't know. It's like case by case basis. Like, you got to figure out. Yeah. It's like a revenge fantasies, but I don't know. I'm thinking that's how wrestlers plan out matches, but those happen naturally for me. Just like, how am I going to kick that guy's ass the next time? Do you guys have that? Someone pisses you off, like, oh, I'm going to take this guy out this way next time, so I don't have to worry about it.
I never get angry.
Is that bad?
I never hold a grudge. I never want revenge.
You just write it down in a book and then put the book away in the drawer?
the hell is
Don't
this?
think about it.
It's my ring.
That's Baphomet. Is that
it's
Baphomet?
It is a Baphomet ring, actually.
Yeah.
With the upside down cross carved into his forehead.
Man.
The upside down cross actually is isn't that St. Peter's cross?
It is actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's St. Peter's, but it is a. Actually, I don't even think it's upside down. Now I look at it. Oh no, it is upside down.
Yeah, he wanted to be buried. He wanted to be
I don't know if
crucified
it's
upside
Peter,
down.
but it is a cross of something.
It is Peter. It's Peter. It's St. Peter. He wanted to be buried. He wanted to be crucified upside down because he didn't feel he was like worthy as like Jesus was. And some people think that he was buried upside down, crucified, where the Vatican currently exists.
Mm.
I don't want to be buried in a pet cemetery.
Boy, that
I
new one.
don't want to live my life again.
That new one really makes that Judd character look stupid. Like
That movie was pretty lame.
yeah, it's like why would he like
He
tell
looks
these
like the
people about
biggest
it?
asshole in the world.
Yeah,
It's like after all that, then later on he's telling people to
exactly.
yeah, after like all these people getting fucking killed, makes him like a huge asshole.
Who are we talking about? I'm sorry.
I haven't seen that.
Pet Cemetery movies.
Yeah, Pet Cemetery Bloodlines.
That Ramon song, they like so called that phone that song in so bad.
No, that's a good tune.
It's a great song, but come on. I don't want to live my life again or whatever.
I like it.
It's great, but it's just like so. It's hilarious that they can make so much money off of songs like that. It's like 3 chords and like barely any lyrics.
Well, that's what punk tunes are.
Well, it's great, but it's hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, Ramones didn't really like craft like epic songs.
Nah. I love them though.
Yeah.
That is all for the questions this evening.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what are we going to do now?
Jerk off. Gonna give Lexar some lessons now.
No, I don't know about all that.
Did you guys see that?
Ride the bone train.
What's Monet's number? What's her name again? Emma Monet.
Mercedes Monet.
Yeah, she was talking to a fan or something. He asked her why she left WWE, and then she kind of gave him a hard time.
I like her, and she said read her book. So I'm interested.
She said, "Buy my book, bitch. Buy my book."
He's like, I heard that Dave Meltzer said that you left because creative, and she's like, oh really?
She
Then she said, "Don't be reading those fantasy stories."
Exactly. That's what I read by Dave Meltzer.
It's
Dave
kind of
Meltzer told me he knows more than you about your own career.
I'd say Dave knows quite a bit, Jackie Jones.
Man,
Quite
you're
a
just
bit.
cucking it up to Dave and Tony. You're just like, I love Tony Khan. I love David Meltzer.
And when they call me up and give me the big bucks, and
I'm
you'll be
gonna
like,
call Dave right now.
You'll be like,
Man.
come on, help me out. Come on, I need to produce another movie, and I need your help.
Hey,
I'm like,
Dave. Yeah, yes, Jack.
No.
So what's up, man? So yeah, I'm talking to Incher here.
Why
My
would he
co-host
talk
on
to
the
you?
show.
You bash him all the time.
Yeah, the guy from West Virginia.
You got to bring that part up. That's all I am to you. You're like, he's just some hillbilly.
Yeah.
I like to make movies making fun of him, but I act like I love him.
Fault for everything. Right.
He's like, this character's based on
probably,
John Howard.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You think CM Punk's it's his fault for Tony Khan's tweets? Whatever, Dave.
No, you're just mad at Tony because
I just want to ask you
That's
the question.
what it is. Tell him the truth. Tell him the truth.
So, what did you want me to ask him?
I'm not one. You're the one who called him.
Yeah, I don't know,
Jeez,
Dave.
What do you got, dementia
go
or
fuck yourself,
something? You called him.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Mercedes Monet.
Oh, that's right. Let me
he
call
probably
him back
knows. No, don't call him at this late.
Who's he calling?
It's probably like 11:30 for him, though, isn't it? Or like
oh, hey,
10:30.
yeah, I can call him back. Yeah, just forget about that. I was just joking. All right. Yeah, so what do you think about this Sasha, not Sasha Banks, Monet? Yeah, what do you think?
Mercedes Monet.
Mercedes Monet. What do you think about her saying, telling this Mark that you were writing fantasies and that she didn't leave WWE over creative? He's saying his sources tell him that it was creative, but plans could change.
Mm-hmm.
And he also said that she only got 4.5 stars on her best match.
Yeah.
All right.
I have 50 stars.
But the ones in the Tokyo, if she ever gets to the Tokyo Dome, probably might be 6. All right. Said she's full of shit. He said that she quit because of creative.
That's what I figured. I don't think she's going to sit there and tell a fan, though, at the table, like, the
Yeah,
whole
but what?
story.
Jesus, you're just as bad as this guy. You're like, you think you know more about her own career than she does, or her
No,
own
I'm
decisions
saying
in
I don't
life?
think she's going to sit there and just start telling him everything. I just
Well,
think
she
she's
didn't.
Gonna...
That's what she didn't. She said read her book because he's like,
Hmm.
well, why did you leave that if it wasn't for creative? She's like, I'm not like I'm going to tell you. Read the book.
Kind of early to write a book, if you ask me, for Mercedes. Maybe
She needs the money.
she should finish her tour.
I
I
don't
mean, you
think
know,
that's true. I think she got paid quite a bit from.
she probably does for God knows what reason. I honestly don't think she's a great wrestler, but
I
whatever.
like her.
She's okay. She's okay, but the hype is
Pretty injury prone to be throwing all this money at her because she's always getting
Yeah,
hurt.
she was a big. She actually.
I mean, I won't deny she was a big name, but she's all the time hurt.
She has a following. Meltzer said Punk coerced her to leave. That's probably true. It's all down to Punk's fault.
What?
No.
All right. I had a good time. Did you have a good time, bitch?
You talking to Bruce, right?
What? No, Bruce is a good man.
Oh.
I met the collective bitch.
Huh? I don't know.
Me happy.
Me happy. Sue happy.
No, it's not how it works, bro. It's mi casa, su casa.
Right. Boom. All right, didn't you have a good time, boy?
I'm good. Yeah, I had fun.
I got this new Kenny Omega shirt.
Yeah.
That dude's 40 years old.
Yeah, he just turned 40.
Take him out the back. Put a gun to the head. Boom. Get the fuck out of here, you old bitch.
Mm.
What you got to do. You only push people in their late teens.
Well, Nick Wayne's there, right?
What does this have to do with anything?
I don't know.
I'm a conservative and a Republican, Anastasiosius.
Well, some of these whack jobs think I'm a freaking not that Patrick Howell's a whack job. They think I'm some kind of left a right wing nut job, and that's just bullshit. I'm just a very open-minded human being. I'm highly progressive. The fact that I want to hang tar and feather every politician does not make me right wing. I think they're all fucking bunch of liars, and it's time to take back
Hang
our
a flag outside of your door. That's what he was saying. Hang a flag.
I mean, my dad came to this country and busted his ass and bought like a bunch of houses. So I love America. Don't get me wrong, but it's
USA.
not the same country.
USA.
That's all I'm saying. It's not the same country it was when my dad came here in 1965. It's not the same country that it was in 1980. Things change and they've gone very bad. So it's time to wake up and stop letting Democrats or this liberal sort of mind that's taken over the country the last 5 years since 2016 to stop the bullshit and stop basically gaslighting
USA,
lying and stop gaslighting everybody and stop sending millions overseas.
Tough guy.
What happened to Palestine, Ohio? We're gonna go to Palestine, Gaza, fucking Israel, and give them $10 million a fucking day? No, man, we gotta take care of the people that are.
All right, well,
it sounds like it's time to end the show.
We've got Tazo's thoughts on the MJF angle, Juice Robinson.
I don't know why he used quarters. He should have used pennies. Otherwise, I don't see the reason to do an anti-Semitic angle unless you're going to go completely anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
so unless
honestly, it's not smart to do one.
I mean, don't do it.
Everyone knows you can't do this. It's probably not a good idea to do this on TV.
Oh, wait a minute. Isn't
it's
Juice
not even
Robinson
really needed in wrestling anyway?
Doesn't Juice Robinson's character basically like he's a hippie, right? Sort of like.
Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense for the character either.
It doesn't, but he could have used an attack on Israel as opposed to an attack on MJF. Like something like Free Palestine. Wouldn't that have been better than?
Well, John Lennon claimed to be a hippie, and he was punching his wife. So, what can you do? Some people don't practice what they preach.
But you're missing a point here. What if she deserved it?
Oh no.
All right, let's get out of here. I had a good time on In Your Head.
Bye-bye.
I want to say thanks to you guys. You guys are the best. I'm going to leave before
Thank you,
the captains leave.
Looky there.
I'm just a soldier. I'm not a captain, so I'm leaving now. Thank
That
you,
ain't
Joe.
me.
You are the best. Bye-bye.
There's
I'll
Incher
never
with his
declare
flag
no
in the
bomb.
background.
No,
You guys are the
I know
Kilos.
that. That's not me.
What?
It's not
Who
me.
was it then? An imposter, you?
Might have been. Might have been.
I kind of have a ritual going on. Not that ritual.
Strike.
That's why I'm here.
Look at that,
Easy.
Incher.
Easy. We're going to get striked here.
I put it like a Hulk Hogan Ultimate
speaking
Warrior
of,
getting blown, like thing in a video.
This is the Dakota Incher. This is actually where John Lennon got shot.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're all awful happy out front of there after saying that. This is where John Lennon got shot.
This is the spot the man died. All right. Well, we'll be back next week talking wrestling.
Heck
We talked
yeah.
a lot of wrestling this week.
We did.
There was a lot of live listeners early in the show.
Was there?
Mm-hmm. A lot, actually,
Well,
yeah.
it wasn't as weird as just me, you, and like freaking Lexar.
Yeah.
That was like not very good. Just on my part, I'm and Lexar. I'm just
Good time.
anyway.
Fun show.
Thanks, Incher, for.
Oh, you're welcome.
Tony and Dave use Incher for Bukkake sessions. Dang.
I just need to
That's
get
your
that.
boy Bruce Briscoe that you were defending
Bruce.
earlier.
I was just saying, like, Bruce here is wanting to kill all Bruces. And
You were like, I love Bruce Briscoe, and then he's saying that Tony and Dave are like jizzing all over you.
Gee.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think Bruce Briscoe might be somebody else because Bruce Briscoe is very negative towards me at a lot of times. And it does seem very reminiscent to another person who's been around.
It's definitely not.
Might be. That's my conspiracy theory for the day. It might be. Just a nose not going to satisfy me. Just a nose not going to satisfy me.
Fucking whoop your ass, bitch. What about that?
See, look at you getting all violent now.
I'm not against violence. Violence solves everything. All right, Incher. Get
All
out
right.
of here. We'll be back. That was
Bye-bye.
a joke, people. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
Bye.